Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio Chapter 126, Void Mantis Hiss. After running a distance away, Chen gasped, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, half his shoulder torn apart, even damaging his internal organs. If this were anyone else, they would probably be lying on the ground by now, unable to move, and could only wait silently for death. Only because Chen had powerful vitality did he not lie on the ground, and was even able to move freely. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing turned pale when they saw the blood streaming from Chen's torn shoulder. They hurriedly reached out their palms, helping Chen press against the wound, wanting to help him stop the bleeding. But it was useless. Streams of crimson blood continued to gush out from between the two girls' fingers. Chen's face was also a bit pale, but he wasn't worried about himself at all, and even had the strength to comfort Xiao Wu and Zhuqing. "Look, you two are worried again. It's just a small injury I can recover in minutes. 6th Spirit Ability, Blue-Silver Will, 1st Spirit Ability, Blue-Silver Recovery." After Chen finished speaking, he summoned his Blue-Silver Emperor Spirit. He first used his 6th Spirit Ability, Blue-Silver Will, letting his spirit govern his flesh, and the blood that had been continuously flowing out quickly flowed back into his blood vessels. Under the pressure provided by the heartbeat, blood flowed through the vessels throughout his body, supplying energy to his organs. The torn shoulder was also joined back together. Although the wound hadn't healed yet, it was simply pieced back onto his body. Yet it allowed Chen to recover completely, his face quickly becoming ruddy and looking not at all weak, just as if he had never been injured. And this was the effect of the Blue-Silver Will Spirit ability. As long as Chen himself did not want to die, even if his head were cut off, his heart pierced, or his body torn to pieces, his body could be pieced back together to continue fighting, and he would not fall into a weakened state because of it. Coordinated with his 1st Spirit Ability, Blue-Silver Recovery, amidst blue light mist, the huge wound on his shoulder saw flesh squirming and granulation tissue growing as the wound truly began to heal. In less than a minute, apart from his torn clothes, there was absolutely no sign that Chen had been injured. At this moment, the space rift from earlier had cracked open wider and wider, revealing a pitch-black void realm. Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape looked at that space rift with full alertness, to be able to silently tear open a space rift right in front of the two of them. Whether the opponent was a human or a spirit beast, it was definitely not an entity to be trifled with. The next instant, a long and somewhat slender, massive figure walked out from the cracked space rift. It was a giant silver-white mantis. The mantis was over 8 meters tall, and within its pair of scarlet pupils was extreme indifference and killing intent, with no other emotion whatsoever. It didn't look strong, its streamlined body appearing extremely slender, and the most special thing about it were its 2 forelimbs, which were shaped like sharp, scythe-like blades. On those 2 blades, from time to time, a few bursts of Kai would emit, directly tearing space and leaving trails of cuts in the space. Clearly, the one that tore space earlier and cut Chen was those 2 scythe-like blades. And this giant silver-white mantis, even when facing Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, the 2 100,000-year spirit beast-level beast kings, did not reveal any fear. That was because this giant mantis was also a 100,000-year spirit beast. In Sky Azure Bull Python's deep cyan pupils, an unprecedented solemnity appeared, and its voice was low and murderous, Void Mantis. A 100,000-year Void Mantis. In the Stardew Great Forest, there is actually such a spirit beast existence, and Ming and I didn't sense it at all. It hid too deeply, but with the Void Mantis's bizarre ability to traverse space, if it really wanted to hide itself, it would be impossible for anyone to discover it. But what is going on today? Why would a hidden Void Mantis come out to attack Chen? Sky Azure Bull Python was extremely wary of the Void Mantis, which could be heard from its cautious tone. Titan Giant Ape stared vigilantly at the Void Mantis and roared without turning its head. "Chen, do you have some treasure on you that attracted the Void Mantis' attention?" Hearing this, Lu Chen also felt very confused. What could he possibly have on him that could attract the Void Mantis' attention? The Void Mantis might not have the most powerful bloodline, but its abilities were the most bizarre. This could be seen from the slash it just made at Lu Chen. It didn't reveal a shred of aura beforehand, silently tore space, and then passed through space to slash Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't discover it at all and was caught off guard, having half his shoulder cut off. If his body hadn't been tough, he would definitely have been cut in two by that slash just now. Lu Chen thought over and over, if there was any treasure on him that could attract the Void Mantis' attention, perhaps it could only be the Evil God Pearl. The Evil God Pearl was condensed from the origin of the dark demonic Evil God Tiger. Not only did it contain its most fundamental evil power, but it also contained the power of time and space. The Void Mantis, as a space attribute spirit beast, if it could absorb the Evil God Pearl. If nothing went wrong, it would certainly be able to further improve its space abilities. And if it obtained the dark demonic Evil God Tiger's evil attribute that allowed it to rapidly become stronger by devouring spirit beasts. The Void Mantis could then rapidly accumulate its own cultivation by wantonly hunting other spirit beasts and eating them, becoming a vicious beast with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. In the original plot, this Evil God Pearl tore space and went to a place called the Vast Expanse Continent, becoming Zhu Weiking's golden finger. Even if the Void Mantis had the ability to tear space, it couldn't tear space to travel to another continent. Therefore, it never appeared from beginning to end, but right now, the Evil God Pearl had been intercepted by him. The Void Mantis sensed the power of time and space emitted by the Evil God Pearl on him, which was why it made a special trip to come over and slash him. Following this line of thought, Lu Chen gradually deduced the truth of the matter, a blessing in disguise. Although he was slashed, the perfect spirit beast to serve as the third spirit ring for his black iron sickle had just delivered itself to his doorstep. Lu Chen looked at the Void Mantis with eager eyes. Da Ming, Ming, this Void Mantis very likely came for that pearl from the dark demonic Evil God Tiger. Since it has come out, don't let it leave easily. My black iron sickle spirit is still missing quite a few spirit rings. Why not let this Void Mantis become the third spirit ring for my black iron sickle spirit? A 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone were already supreme treasures in the Spirit Master's world, and a space attribute spirit ring and spirit bone were even more supreme among supreme treasures. Once he obtained the Void Mantis' spirit ring and spirit bone, the boost to his strength would inevitably be unimaginable. Chapter 127. The terrifying Void Mantis, hearing that Lu Chen wanted to hunt the Void Mantis to absorb its spirit ring and spirit bone, Titan Giant Ape rebuked him irritably. Lu Chen, you really are wishful thinking. Is the Void Mantis that easy to hunt? With its ability to tear through space at will, neither Big Brother nor I have any good way to deal with it. Sky Azure Bull Python said in a deep voice. For a rue, we have to try. If the Void Mantis came for the dark, demonic Evil God Tiger's Evil God Pearl, it definitely won't retreat on its own until it gets it. Even we don't have complete confidence in whether we can kill this Void Mantis. Ming, domain suppression, slow domain. As his voice fell, Titan Giant Ape also unleashed his domain ability. Gravity Domain. A deep cyan light erupted from within Sky Azure Bull Python, and an earthy yellow light erupted from within Titan Giant Ape. The two colored lights spread rapidly, enveloping the location of the Void Mantis. The Void Mantis showed not a hint of panic. It waved its scythe-like blades, easily slicing open the space in front of it, and then entered the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from where it had been standing. The spreading slow domain and gravity domain simply hit empty air. Seeing the Void Mantis dive into a spatial rift again, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and he felt a sense of hair-raising dread. He instantly released his mental force, spreading it in all directions to carefully sense any abnormalities in the space. He let go of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and instructed them with a grave expression. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, the Void Mantis' target is me. It's the evil god Pearl on me. You two must get far away. This void mantis's abilities are bizarre and impossible to guard against. Only by getting as far away from me as possible will you be safe. Xiao, Wu, and Zhuking knew their own weakness. At this moment, not only could they not help, but they might even become a burden. So as not to drag Lu Chen down, Xiao, Wu, and Zhuking ran far away together, occasionally looking back at Lu Chen, the worry in their eyes too thick to be dissolved. Not long after Xiao, Wu, and Zhuking left, Lu Chen's mental force suddenly detected an extremely strange fluctuation in the space behind him. He turned around quickly to look, only to see that the space had already been torn open. Lu Chen reacted extremely swiftly. He raised his right hand, summoning his dark gold terraclaw. White bone armor quickly emerged from beneath his skin, tightly fitting his palm, and as his fingers twitched, 5 blades over a foot long sprang out. The next instant, an extremely cold blade light slashed out from the rift. The extreme sharpness made Lu Chen's eyelids twitch, and he felt chilled all over, as if the blade were already pressed against his neck. He quickly raised his right hand, and the dark gold terraclaw bloomed with light, colliding with that cold blade light thanks to the dark gold terraclaw's terrifying power. Boom! A loud explosion echoed in the air, and wild, chaotic energy scattered, tearing through the air and emitting a series of ghostly wails. With Lu Chen as the center, the ground all around was torn into deep ruts by the wild energy. Lu Chen could not escape unscathed either. His clothes were grazed by some of the energy and instantly became tattered, making him look like a beggar through those tattered holes. One could see Lu Chen's fair skin and his solid abs and chest muscles. Fortunately, his skin's defensive ability was extremely strong. After the blade light was blocked, the scattered energy was not enough to tear his skin. Discovering the void mantis had attacked Lu Chen again, the 2 beast kings, Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, roared and rushed over. Facing the menacing beast kings, the void mantis retreated back into the spatial rift again, not confronting them head-on at all. Clearly, the void mantis possessed extremely rich combat experience and knew how to use its own strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. In a direct confrontation, it would certainly not be a match for the 2 beast kings, Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape. Once it emerged from the spatial rift, it would first have to face the suppression of the slow domain and gravity domain, which would greatly reduce its strength. Thus, the void mantis simply hid within the spatial rift, waiting for the moment the enemy revealed a flaw to come out and reap the harvest. By the time Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape arrived at Lu Chen's side, the void mantis had long since vanished, and even the spatial rift was gradually healing. Titan Giant Ape angrily pounded the ground with his fist. Why can't this void mantis come out and have a proper fight with me? You hiding coward, come out. Titan Giant Ape's provocation received no response. The void mantis was like an extremely calm assassin. It didn't move unless necessary, but when it did, it was a guaranteed kill. Lu Chen, Sky Azure Bull Python, and Titan Giant Ape stood in a triangular formation, each guarding a direction, wary of a sudden attack from the void mantis. However, despite all their precautions, they ultimately failed to guard against the void mantis. Titan Giant Ape suddenly let out a pig-like howl, his voice deafening, like rolling thunder. Then he clutched his bleeding butt and stood in place, jumping up and down, shaking the entire earth with every tremor. Just a moment ago, the void mantis had opened a big eye on him. It tore open a spatial rift and slashed Titan Giant Ape's chrysanthemum with one blow. For any animal or spirit beast, the chrysanthemum could be called a fatal weak point. As the king of the forest, Titan Giant Ape's skin had extremely powerful defensive capabilities, and even the void mantis, also a 100,000-year spirit beast, could not easily breach his defense. But if the void mantis attacked Titan Giant Ape's chrysanthemum, then Titan Giant Ape truly couldn't withstand it. Sky Azure Bull Python watched Titan Giant Ape clutching his bleeding butt, and that miserable appearance made him furious. Void mantis, you are also a 100,000-year spirit beast. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't resort to such despicable acts of stabbing from behind. Just as his voice fell, Sky Azure Bull Python also let out a howl. Because the Void Mantis had caught him off guard, tearing open space and slashing Sky Azure Bull Python's tail. A long, narrow wound appeared on Sky Azure Bull Python's tail, and blood immediately spurted out. This Void Mantis was simply terrifying. With this elusive spatial ability, the two Beast Kings, Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, both 100,000-year spirit beasts, were actually being played around by it. Seeing this, Lu Chen's sword-like eyebrows knitted tightly. There's no other way. As long as the Void Mantis keeps hiding, we have no way to deal effective damage to it. We must lure it out, and that requires bait. Thinking of this, Lu Chen first treated the injuries of Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape. First spirit ability, Blue-Silver Recovery. Streams of blue mist enveloped Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, and the wounds that had been slashed open on their bodies were rapidly healing. Once the injuries were basically recovered, Lu Chen took the Evil God Pearl out of his storage soul guidance device. Void Mantis, is this the Evil God Pearl you want? We really have no way to deal with you. Why don't we reconcile? I will give this Evil God Pearl to you, but you must leave after you get it. After saying this, Lu Chen threw the Evil God Pearl out. At the same time, Lu Chen transmitted his voice to Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape using his mental force. As soon as the Void Mantis appears, immediately cast your domains on it to slow down its movements so it can't return to the spatial rift in time. Chapter 128. Dark Demon Evil God Break. Why did the Void Mantis attack Lu Chen? It was because it sensed an extremely pure power of time and space on Lu Chen. This power of time and space held a great temptation for the Void Mantis. As long as it could absorb this power of time and space, it would surely be able to greatly increase its cultivation and break through to the level of a 200,000-year vicious beast before its own lifespan limit arrived. Just after Lu Chen threw out the Evil God Pearl, the Void Mantis was immediately attracted by the Evil God Pearl. The power of time and space it had sensed came from the Evil God Pearl. Seeing its target right before its eyes, the Void Mantis fell for the trap as expected. It impatiently tore through space, stepped out from the spatial rift, and opened its mouth to swallow the Evil God Pearl. Having finally achieved its goal, a look of surprise and satisfaction appeared in the Void Mantis's dark red eyes. However, at the very next instant, slow domain. Gravity domain, blue-silver domain, the three domains erupted instantly. Deep cyan light, earthy yellow light, and azure blue light swept toward the Void Mantis, successfully enveloping it. The Void Mantis had torn through space, stepped out of the spatial rift, and swallowed the Evil God Pearl. This had been a trap designed by Lu Chen all along. After it fell into the trap, it was time for Lu Chen, the Sky Azure Bull Python, and the Titan Giant Ape to close the net. Under the suppression of the three domains, the Void Mantis suddenly felt as if it had fallen into a quagmire. It was a little panicked and wanted to return to the spatial rift, but its movements became extremely slow, and the spatial rift that was right in front of its eyes seemed as if it were separated by a chasm. Finally caught the Void Mantis. Lu Chen, the Sky Azure Bull Python, and the Titan Giant Ape all emitted the strange, cackling laughter of a spirit hall elder. Void Mantis, you can't run away now. To think you would sneak attack my butt, I will definitely make you die today. The Titan Giant Ape let out a roar like muffled thunder, Titan strength. You greedy fellow, since you have left the spatial rift, prepare to die. The Sky Azure Bull Python also harbored secret hatred for the Void Mantis. Thunder of annihilation. My Evil God Pearl is not so easy to swallow. Since you've swallowed my Evil God Pearl, you must pay for it with your spirit ring and spirit bone. Lu Chen instantly switched his spirit, changing from the blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul to the black Iron Sickle spirit. The 9 spirit rings beneath his feet, originally 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red, also transformed into 2 black spirit rings. Second spirit ability, Dark Demon Evil God Break. In an instant, the second black spirit ring shone, releasing a deep black light capable of swallowing everything. The spirit power within Lu Chen's body poured continuously into the black iron sickle, and after being transformed by the black iron sickle, released soaring evil power and demonic power. The sky instantly darkened, and the air swirled with heart-palpitating evil and demonic power. It felt as if the dark, demonic, evil god tiger had come back to life and was roaring at the sky. Lu Chen raised the trembling black iron sickle, and streams of black energy converged, instantly condensing into a head-sized black energy sphere at the tip of the black iron sickle. Encircling the black energy sphere were rings of dark red wind vortexes, emitting a buzzing cutting sound, along with dense, dark blue lightning that made crackling, explosive sounds. And as Lu Chen continued to pour in spirit power, the head-sized black energy sphere grew larger and larger, expanding into a massive black energy sphere with a diameter of 3 meters in just a few breaths. Lu Chen, the sky azure bull python, and the titan giant ape, 1 human and 2 beasts, did not hold back any of their strength. They were all intent on killing the void mantis. The next instant, Lu Chen's dark demon evil god break, the sky azure bull python's thunder of annihilation, and the titan giant ape's titan strength all blasted toward the void mantis. Suppressed by the 3 domains, the void mantis moved as slowly as a snail and had no way to escape back into the spatial rift. It could only watch helplessly as the attacks from the human and the 2 beasts blasted toward it, its eyes flickering with a hint of terror. The void mantis, as a typical high-attack, low-defense spirit beast, possessed extreme attack power, but its defensive capabilities were not outstanding. From its slender body and the thin carapace on its body, one could see that the void mantis was actually not good at defense. In utter desperation, the void mantis raised its 2 scythe-like sharp forelimbs, positioned them in front of its body, and slashed out 2 cross-shaped blade lights, intending to make a final struggle. The piercing cross-shaped blade light carried a peerless sharpness capable of destroying everything. It collided instantly with Lu Chen's dark demon evil god break, the sky azure bull python's thunder of annihilation, and the titan giant ape's titan strength. Unfortunately, it was useless. The cross-shaped blade light was swallowed up in an instant. Regret flashed in the void mantis's eyes. It shouldn't have jumped out of the spatial rift for the sake of the evil god pearl. Now, everything was too late. Boom, boom, boom. Amid a series of massive explosions, Lu Chen's dark demon evil god break, the sky azure bull python's thunder of annihilation, and the titan giant ape's titan strength all slammed directly into the void mantis. That terrifying energy fluctuation caused the surrounding space to distort, and the resulting shockwaves of energy ripped up a layer of turf from the ground and snapped the surrounding trees in half. Violent winds howled, kicking up rings of ripples. Hiss. The void mantis, this cool-headed assassin, let out a shrill scream for the first time. Even amidst the massive explosions, that scream could not be masked. Lu Chen's perception was sharp. He sensed that at the center of the explosion, the void mantis's aura was rapidly weakening, but it hadn't completely bottomed out. Clearly, the void mantis was not yet dead. That made sense. After all, it was a 100,000-year spirit beast. It wouldn't die so easily. To deliver the fatal blow, Lu Chen raised the black iron sickle once again. Dark golden bear king slash. Lu Chen's first spirit ring shone again, and the terrifying spirit power within his body, vast as a torrent, poured continuously into the black iron sickle once more. A dark golden light bloomed on the black iron sickle, and the intricate patterns resembling fangs and claws seemed to come alive, flowing and shifting. Lu Chen gripped the black iron sickle tightly, continuously charging up power. When the smoke and dust at the center of the explosion cleared, the pitiful-looking void mantis revealed its form once again. Lu Chen swung the black iron sickle forward without hesitation. Whoosh. Accompanied by a barely audible sound of breaking air, a 5-meter-large dark golden blade of light was slashed out from the black iron sickle. Like teleportation, it descended before the void mantis in the blink of an eye. The void mantis's entire carapace was shattered, and its two scythe-like sharp forelimbs were broken into several pieces. It now had no power to resist at all. That dark golden blade of light, carrying the terrifying power to destroy everything, slashed directly through the void mantis's head amidst its eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness. With a thud, the head hit the ground. The void mantis's life had truly come to an end. Chapter 129, Space-Rending Slash and Space-Slash-Boom. A red light, terrifying to the point of almost boiling, erupted from the corpse of the void mantis. That blood-red energy rapidly condensed into a blood-colored cloud, and as more red light surged out, the blood-colored cloud grew larger and larger. Around that blood-colored cloud, a massive pressure, as if it had taken physical form, caused the air to become thick and viscous. Seeing this scene from afar, Chen felt quite exhilarated. His second spirit, the black iron sickle, could finally absorb a true 100,000-year spirit ring. The sky azure bull python wore a somewhat dazed expression. As a 100,000-year spirit beast, he had killed another 100,000-year spirit beast for a human spirit master. This caused a complex and indescribable feeling to well up within the heart of the sky azure bull python. When killing the dark gold terrorclaw bear or the dark demonic evil god tiger, the sky azure bull python had never felt this way, because as a 100,000-year spirit beast, the only creatures he considered his peers were other 100,000-year spirit beasts. The dark gold terrorclaw bear and the dark demonic evil god tiger were not considered peers by the sky azure bull python, but the 100,000-year void mantis was enough for the sky azure bull python to view it as one of his own. Compared to the deep-thinking sky azure bull python, the Titan giant ape, with his simple mind, well-developed limbs, and head full of nothing but muscle, did not have such a heavy mental burden. Seeing the void mantis dead, the Titan giant ape happily pounded his chest, letting out ooh, ooh shouts. Having been slashed in the backside by the void mantis, the Titan giant ape hated the void mantis to the core. Therefore, now the Titan giant ape felt no sorrow, only joy. After about 5 minutes, the red light that had been continuously gushing out from the corpse of the void mantis finally subsided. The blood-colored energy cloud, which had almost blotted out the sky, began to contract, collapse, and compress inward, and only after a long while did it finally condense into a red spirit ring. The void mantis's 100,000-year spirit ring had formed, but Chen did not absorb it immediately. He held the black iron sickle and walked toward the corpse of the void mantis, skillfully dismembering it. He dug out the evil god pearl from the stomach of the void mantis, which had not yet been digested. Chen grabbed the evil god pearl, not minding the strange mucus staining it, tore a piece of cloth from his clothes, and wiped the evil god pearl clean. He put it back into his storage soul guidance device. This was not the end. Chen began to further dismember the void mantis. A 100,000-year spirit beast, besides dropping a spirit ring, could also 100% drop a spirit bone. However, Chen searched for a long time but could not find a spirit bone in the corpse of the void mantis, and he couldn't help but frown. Afterward, he looked at the head of the void mantis. Could it be that the spirit bone dropped by the void mantis is actually a skull? Carrying this thought, Chen carried the black iron sickle and cut open the head of the void mantis. Sure enough, inside the head of the void mantis, he discovered a silver, flashing skull. Chen picked up the skull, a look of extreme surprise appearing on his face. The void mantis's scythe-like sharp forelimbs can directly tear through space. I thought the void mantis might drop a left arm bone or a right arm bone. I didn't expect that it would drop a space skull in the end. This is actually not bad. Space attribute skulls are also very rare. Now was not the time to absorb this space skull, so Chen put it back into his storage soul guidance device. Next, Chen sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing and restore his spirit power, waiting for his physical state to recover. Once he was ready, he began to summon the 100,000-year spirit ring of the void mantis. After being summoned, the red spirit ring immediately floated toward Chen, wrapped around his body, and rapidly merged into him. In an instant, a vast energy, as surging as the sea, swept through Lu Chen's body, filling his meridians to the brim. With Lu Chen's physical constitution, there was naturally no problem with absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring. Aside from feeling a bit bloated inside his body, he didn't even frown. With the solid foundation laid by the spirit rings of the dark gold terrorclaw bear and the dark demonic evil god tiger, his black iron sickle spirit had already evolved to a certain level. Absorbing the energy of the 100,000-year spirit ring was simply a matter of course. In his dantian, the black iron sickle spirit pulsed rhythmically, continuously swallowing and refining the energy of the void mantis' spirit ring, which caused the black iron sickle spirit to undergo a new evolution once again. In terms of size, the handle of the black iron sickle extended from 150 centimeters to 180 centimeters, and the blade of the black iron sickle stretched from 100 centimeters to 120 centimeters. In terms of design, the curvature of the black iron sickle's blade became more reasonable, similar to the forelimbs of the void mantis, making it more convenient to use for attacking rather than harvesting wheat or rice. Everything was moving in a good direction. After about 12 hours, Lu Chen finally finished absorbing the spirit ring. He opened his eyes and woke up, a smile appearing on his face, feeling joy from the bottom of his heart. This time, absorbing the spirit ring of the void mantis not only further evolved the black iron sickle spirit, but also granted him 2 satisfactory spirit abilities, and his spirit power further improved, breaking through from level 93 to level 94. Among titled Douluo, level 91 spirit power to level 94 spirit power are all ordinary titled Douluo. Level 95 spirit power to level 98 spirit power can be called Super Douluo. Level 99 spirit power is truly in a league of its own, a peerless titled Douluo. Lu Chen's level 94 spirit power had already reached the limit of an ordinary titled Douluo. As long as his spirit power made another breakthrough, he would be able to become a level 95 spirit power Super Douluo, just as Lu Chen opened his eyes and woke up. Xiao Wu brought Zhu Zhuqing, and the 2 women came over together to congratulate Lu Chen. Xiao Wu said with a smile in her eyes, "Congratulations, Boss Lu Chen, for obtaining another suitable spirit ring. This void mantis really delivered itself to our doorstep. 100,000-year spirit rings can always grant 2 spirit abilities. Boss Lu Chen, what kind of 2 spirit abilities did this void mantis spirit ring provide you?" Now that Lu Chen was happy in his heart, hearing Xiao Wu ask, he smiled and began to introduce them. "That's right, this void mantis spirit ring did indeed bring me 2 spirit abilities. The first spirit ability is called Space Rending Slash. It is an attack-type spirit ability. By swinging the black iron sickle to launch a slash, it can ignore any defensive spirit ability and directly attack the enemy's physical body. The second spirit ability is called Space Slash. It is a support-type spirit ability. By swinging the black iron sickle to tear through space, I can create a space channel. When encountering enemies I can beat, they have no possibility of escaping from me, and when encountering enemies I cannot beat, I can leave whenever I like, and the other party will absolutely not be able to stop me. I have to say, the Void Mantis, with its space attribute, has provided me with 2 very practical spirit abilities." After hearing what Lu Chen said, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were both stunned and speechless. One attack spirit ability that could ignore defense, and one support spirit ability that could traverse space. These are all divine skills. They are truly worthy of being skills provided by a 100,000-year spirit beast. Chapter 130. Void Form and Portable Space. Thus, Lu Chen's strength had improved once again. His first spirit, the Blue-Silver Emperor, had already reached the titled Douluo realm. His second spirit, the Black Iron Sickle, had also added 3 spirit rings. However, the drawbacks of having twin spirits were beginning to manifest in Lu Chen. As the Black Iron Sickle added 3 spirit rings, a tyrannical spirit power was gradually separating from Lu Chen's originally gentle spirit power. Although this tyrannical spirit power was still relatively weak, the black iron sickle would continue to add more spirit rings. This would cause this tyrannical spirit power to grow rapidly, and while the gentle spirit power could currently contain it, it might not remain so stable in the future. Lu Chen was not worried, though. Now that he had the seed of life, as long as he used it to accelerate his own transformation, causing his body, soul, spirit power, or spirit to be the first to step into the divine rank, he would not have to worry about the danger of his body exploding. Returning to the present, Lu Chen swept his gaze over Xiao Wu, Zhuking, the sky azure bull python, and the titan giant ape, and said with a smile, "Now is not the time to celebrate. I still have a void mantis skull in my hand, and I plan to absorb it immediately. I'll have to trouble you all to continue acting as my protectors." Xiao Wu patted her slightly puffed-out chest and took charge, saying, "No problem. Boss Lu Chen, you can rest assured and absorb the spirit bone. With us here, we won't let any humans or spirit beasts disturb you." Xiao Wu represented the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape. With her assurance, Lu Chen sat back down with peace of mind. He took the void mantis skull from his storage soul guidance device and placed it against his forehead. He released a wisp of spirit power, which merged into the skull. In an instant, the skull began to vaporize rapidly, turning into streams of silvery white mist. It flowed along Lu Chen's forehead into his body, merging with his own skull. The process of fusing the spirit bone was not particularly painful. It just felt a bit itchy, as if thousands of tiny insects were crawling under his scalp. Lu Chen had amazing perseverance. Even though his scalp was incredibly itchy, he endured it firmly. To distract himself, he began to focus on the various improvements this skull brought him. This void mantis skull was not a mental attribute skull, so it did not bring much improvement to Lu Chen's mental force. However, with the fusion of spatial power and mental force, his mental force became more condensed, and his perception of space became clearer. With this spatial talent, he would be even more adept and skilled when using the Black Iron Sickle's third spirit ability, Space Rending Slash and Space Slash. Not only that, but as Lu Chen fused with the Void Mantis skull, the spirit power brought by the skull also triggered an increase in Lu Chen's own spirit power. Lu Chen had just broken through to level 94 spirit power, and his spirit power continued to grow, steadily sprinting towards level 95. 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours. As time ticked away, 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After 10 hours of absorption and fusion, the Void Mantis skull had basically merged with Lu Chen's skull. As the spirit bone fused perfectly, the two abilities of this spirit bone also surfaced in Lu Chen's mind. The first ability of the Void Mantis skull, Void Form. This ability came from the Void Mantis's ability to hide in spatial rifts. Using this ability would continuously consume spirit power. Its effect allowed him to detach from this world and hide into the Void Realm, leaving behind only an image in this world. Any enemy or attack could not cause any damage to the image. This was a top-tier life-saving divine ability, but it was not without weaknesses. Firstly, attacks below the divine rank were completely ineffective against Lu Chen while he was using Void Form. However, attacks above the divine rank had the ability to tear through space and project their power into the Void Realm, which was enough to cause damage to Lu Chen. Secondly, other spirit masters who also mastered spatial abilities had the ability to open the Void Realm and cause damage to Lu Chen. For example, Gu Rong. Murderous intent suddenly rose in Lu Chen's heart. It seemed Gu Rong could not be left alive. This old thing had intercepted and killed him with Ning Fengjai before, and now he could even crack his Void Form ability. If he kept him alive, he would be a disaster sooner or later. He had to find an opportunity to get rid of him. The second ability of the Void Mantis skull, Portable Space. Lu Chen could create a portable space through his mental force. The volume of this portable space was directly proportional to Lu Chen's mental force. The weaker Lu Chen's mental force, the smaller the volume of this portable space. The stronger Lu Chen's mental force, the larger the volume of this portable space. This was an ability derived from the deep fusion of the Void Mantis's spatial ability and Lu Chen's mental force. With this portable space, Lu Chen would no longer have to worry about not having enough storage soul guidance devices. As long as his mental force grew stronger, the volume of this portable space would also grow larger, and it could not only store inanimate objects, but even living things. This Void Mantis was truly a big gift package delivered to his doorstep: 2 spirit ring abilities. Space Rending Slash, an attack ability that ignores defense. Space Slash, an auxiliary ability that traverses space. 2 Spirit Bone abilities, Void Form, a top-tier life-saving divine ability. Portable Space, which can store living things and inanimate objects. There could be no more practical auxiliary ability than this. Absorbing the Void Mantis' skull brought such huge benefits. The only regret was that Lu Chen's spirit power was still stuck at level 94 and had not broken through to level 95. Lu Chen was also helpless about this. Clearly, in his perception, his spirit power accumulation was already sufficient. The spirit power within his body was not inferior to a level 95 Super Douluo at all, but the bottleneck always blocked him, suppressing him at level 94. After thinking for a long time, Lu Chen finally had a guess. The difference between level 94 spirit power and level 95 spirit power is the gap between an ordinary titled Douluo and a Super Douluo. The difference between the two is not just the accumulation of spirit power, but also the comprehension of the spirit. My spirit power accumulation is sufficient now, but I lack some comprehension of the spirit, so I failed to break through successfully. My Black Iron Sickle spirit currently only has 3 spirit rings and has not reached the titled Douluo realm, so I don't need to comprehend the spirit for now. Therefore, to successfully break through, I must comprehend the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit and deeply excavate the power of the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit. At that time, the breakthrough will come naturally. Lu Chen had grasped the key to the problem. Afterward, he opened his eyes and woke up. Facing the curious Xiao Wu and Zhuking, Lu Chen briefly explained his 2 spirit bone abilities, but he did not expose the weakness of the void form ability. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xiao Wu and Zhuking, but the weakness of the void form ability concerned his own life, so he would not tell anyone. Then, Lu Chen looked at the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape and said, Da Ming, Ming, you have worked hard during this period, searching for spirit beasts and fighting in various battles. Do you want to take a rest? The Sky Azure Bull Python said in a deep voice. No need. The sooner your strength improves, the sooner you can snatch back a Ru's spirit ring and spirit bone from Bibai Dong, and the greater the chance of saving a Ru. Ming and I will hurry to find suitable spirit beasts for you. Since you have woken up, let's set off again. As the voice fell, the Sky Azure Bull Python coiled around the Titan Giant Ape, and the 2 Beast Kings searched towards the forest again. Watching the figures of the 2 Beast Kings gradually move away, Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu and Zhuking and said, Xiao Wu, Zhuking, you have been running back and forth with me during this period, and you haven't had time to cultivate properly. In the coming time, I plan to comprehend my spirit. You should follow me and cultivate properly for a while, striving to break through to level 30 spirit power as soon as possible, and after obtaining your 3rd spirit ring, become spirit elders. The 2 women readily agreed to this. Xiao Wu's level 29 spirit power and Zhuking's level 27 spirit power were not low at their age, but compared to Lu Chen, that was far, far too big a gap. Chapter 131. Yu Xiaogang's shock cultivate. He definitely needed to find a place with abundant energy. Therefore, Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuking returned to the Lake of Life in the core area of the Star Du Great Forest. The energy here was abundant and contained the aura of life, which could double one's speed to cultivate. To cultivate more comfortably, Lu Chen activated his blue-silver domain, catalyzing the rapid growth of the surrounding blue-silver grass. Under the precise control of his mental force, he quickly built a small courtyard made of blue-silver grass. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing each chose a room and prepared to begin to cultivate. Chen did not need to worry about Xiao Wu's ability to cultivate. As a 100,000-year soft bones rabbit who had taken human form, Xiao Wu possessed top-tier aptitude to cultivate. Even if she did not cultivate diligently, her spirit power would constantly rise. It was Zhu Zhuqing, however, whose aptitude was only upper middle. Without external influence, her future limit would be at most a spirit saint or spirit Douluo. It would be difficult for her to break through to title Douluo. For this reason, Chen decided to lend the evil god pearl to Zhu Zhuqing. The evil god pearl was definitely a good item, but unfortunately, Chen did not have the time to study it right now. Rather than letting it collect dust on himself, it was better to lend it to Zhu Zhuqing to make the best use of it. Zhu Zhuqing's spirit, the Hell Sivet, possessed the dark attribute, and the evil god pearl also possessed the dark attribute. There was a certain compatibility between the two. During her process to cultivate, if Zhu Zhuqing wore the evil god pearl close to her body and absorbed the dark energy from it, it would not only increase her speed to cultivate, but could even subtly improve her aptitude. After receiving the evil god pearl, Zhu Zhuqing did not say anything in refusal or gratitude, but those clear, black and white, intelligent eyes seemed to be glued to Chen, almost tender enough to drip water. Zhu Zhuqing naturally knew the preciousness of the evil god pearl. It was condensed from the origin power of a 60,000-year spirit beast, the dark demonic evil god tiger. Its preciousness was in no way inferior to a 100,000-year spirit bone. Chen had lent it to her so easily. In the lake of Zhu Zhuqing's heart, it was as if a giant rock had been thrown in, causing waves to surge, and her mood could not calm down for a long time. Regarding this opportunity to defy the heavens and change her fate, Zhu Zhuqing naturally cherished it exceptionally, and she began to cultivate madly without sleep or rest. After Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had both gone to cultivate, Chen also returned to his room, closed his eyes, and sank his mind into his dantian. While gaining insights into his own spirit, he accelerated the process of using the seed of life to transform himself. He channeled his own spirit power into the seed of life. The spirit power refined by the seed of life would become life spirit power. This life spirit power could then be used to transform himself. Under the nourishment of the life spirit power, the life attribute of Chen's blue-silver emperor martial soul was transforming into the ultimate life attribute. This process required time, but under Chen's promotion, the transformation process was accelerating. Chen could clearly perceive that his blue-silver emperor martial soul was evolving almost every moment. Watching the process of his spirit's evolution, various insights surfaced in Chen's heart, causing him to be unknowingly immersed in it. The bottleneck between level 94 spirit power and level 95 spirit power was being constantly worn away. He believed that it would not take long for Chen's breakthrough to become a matter of course. It seemed like a long time had passed for Chen to attach a spirit ring to his second spirit, the black iron sickle, but in reality, only a few days had passed. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, whether it was the teachers in the academy or the few students, they were all still immersed in the blow that Chen had dealt them. In such a short time, the seriously injured Zhao Wuji had not yet awakened. Flender had lost an arm, and every day he was depressed, sighing and discouraged, wanting to quit the spirit master's world just like that. Tang San was covered in bandages, lying on his bed every day like a corpse, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. All the things he was proud of, the Tang sect's secret techniques, his twin spirits, the knowledge taught by Yu Xiaogang, were simply nothing in front of Chen. His pride had been smashed to pieces, and the most fatal blow came from Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's harsh scolding of him still echoed in his ears, making his heart twitch from time to time. From the moment he entered Notting Academy, Tang San had tried his best to please Xiao Wu. Seeing that Xiao Wu's impression of him was getting better and better, she had even followed him to Shrek Academy. What a great opportunity this was, But all of this, with the appearance of Chen, had turned into bubbles. Tang San felt hatred. Tang San hated Chen, and he hated himself even more for not being Chen. He also wanted to become a titled Douluo, and he also wanted to gain Xiao Wu's favor. But all of this could only be realized in his dreams. The entire Shrek Academy was in a dead and silent state. Until the arrival of that man on this day, outside the gate of Shrek Academy, a middle-aged man arrived. He wore an old robe, had a thin and tall figure, sunken cheeks, a buzz cut, and a stiff expression. It was Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang had resigned from his job at Notting Academy. Although he hadn't really done anything at Notting Academy, he still formally submitted his resignation to the dean, which delayed him for a few days. After resigning, Yu Xiaogang rushed to Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang was in a good mood now. He had recently heard some news. Tang Hao, the clear sky Douluo who had disappeared from the Spirit Master's world for 12 years, had appeared in the Spirit Master's world once again. Tang Hao had done something that was enough to shock the entire continent. He had single-handedly attacked Spirit Hall, and under the obstruction of Bibai Dong and the other 7 titled Douluo elders, he had forcibly collapsed the roof of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. This was rubbing Spirit Hall's face on the ground. This was the true clear sky Douluo. This was Tang Hao. This was the idol worthy of his high esteem. Yu Xiaogang thought happily in his heart. A single Tang Hao could turn Spirit Hall upside down. As long as he cultivated Tang San, who possessed twin spirits and a clear sky hammer with 9-10,000-year spirit rings, he would definitely be invincible throughout the Douluo Continent. When that time came, Yu Xiaogang would be able to share half of all the glory on Tang San. He would completely wash away his own shame and make everyone acknowledge his title as the theoretical Grandmaster. Returning to the present, Yu Xiaogang walked to the front of Shrek's gate. Looking at this dilapidated gate, with a sign casually hung up that wrote the 5 large characters, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang frowned. Flender the penny pincher, he really is still that stingy. He didn't even want to get a decent sign when opening an academy. But the quality of an academy mainly depends on the teaching staff. Flender is my close friend of many years. Just based on the knowledge I inadvertently passed on to him, it is enough to make him a qualified dean. In the entire Douluo Continent, there won't be many academy deans who know how to cultivate students better than Flender. Immediately, Yu Xiaogang walked towards the inside of Shrek Academy. At this time, teacher Lai Yusong, who was lying on a recliner at the academy entrance, lazily sunbathing, noticed someone coming and immediately called out to stop him. "Stop right there. This is Shrek Academy, no unauthorized personnel allowed." Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang put on an inscrutable expression, looked at teacher Lai Yusong's position and said, "My name is Yu Xiaogang. I am a friend of Flender." Hearing Yu Xiaogang's self-introduction, teacher Lai Yusong immediately jumped up from the recliner. He looked at Yu Xiaogang up and down with sharp eyes. "You are that theoretical grandmaster the dean spoke of. Since you have arrived, then come with me. I will take you to see our dean." Led by teacher Lai Yusong, Yu Xiaogang entered Shrek Academy and soon arrived at Flender's office. After entering the office, Yu Xiaogang saw the current Flender, and a look of shock immediately appeared on his face. He saw that Flender's face was wrapped in bandages, bloodstains still remained where his nose should be, his expression was decadent, his eyes were gray. His entire right arm was broken off at the root, and he looked half dead. Compared to before, Flender looked as if he had aged 10 years. Yu Xiaogang was full of disbelief and screamed out, "Flender, what happened? How did you end up in this state?" Chapter 132. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Flender, originally dejected, saw teacher Lai Yusong bringing Yu Xiaogang into his office. Flender rose from his chair, and a glimmer of light finally appeared in his dull eyes. Flender was in great pain and felt lost, not knowing what he should do. Now, it would be fine Yu Xiaogang had arrived. With Yu Xiaogang's wisdom, as deep as the abyss, he would surely be able to guide him and tell him what to do. The golden triangle of the past. Flender was the corner of flight, Liu Erlong was the corner of slaughter, Yu Xiaogang was the corner of wisdom. Flender highly regarded Yu Xiaogang's wisdom. After all, Yu Xiaogang came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and had even studied at Spirit Hall for a time. Fooling a spirit master of commoner origin like Flender was naturally no problem at all. In Flender's voice, there was both the excitement of seeing an old friend again and the pain of longing for guidance. He spoke, "Xiaogang, you have finally appeared." Discovering that Yu Xiaogang was staring blankly at his severed arm, Flender gave a bitter smile and let out a long sigh. It's a long story, the situation is like this. Next, Flender recounted the entire process of how they had encountered Chen. After listening, Yu Xiaogang shouted as if he had lost his mind, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Chen, I have some impression of him. He stayed at Notting Academy for 3 years and was just a spirit scholar without a spirit ring. Chen is only 12 years old now. How could he possibly be a titled Douluo? Are you telling me that Chen broke through from a spirit scholar to a titled Douluo in a mere 3 years? I have read countless ancient texts, and in the entire history of the Douluo Continent, there has never been an example of someone becoming a titled Douluo in 3 years. In truth, Flender did not want to believe it either, but the facts were before him. The corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. "Xiaogang, I didn't believe it at first either, so I took my old brother, the immovable bright King Zhao Wuji, and fought a battle with that Chen. We used our full strength, and both activated our martial soul avatars, yet that Chen defeated us without even using his spirit. My old brother Zhao Wuji still hasn't regained consciousness. His right arm suffered a comminuted fracture and will likely be completely useless from now on. His brain suffered a severe concussion, and whether he can wake up remains an unknown. Fortunately, I begged for mercy quickly enough to luckily save my life. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be seeing me today. Right, according to the speculation of your disciple Tang San, that Chen is also a user of twin spirits. He must have quickly increased his spirit power by attaching spirit rings to his second spirit, which allowed him to grow into a titled Douluo in 3 years. After listening to what Flender said, Yu Xiaogang gradually calmed down. Tang San was his proudest disciple, and he believed in Tang San 100%. Regarding the judgment made by Tang San, Yu Xiaogang naturally chose to believe it. So that's it, then it's not strange. The expression on Yu Xiaogang's face gradually turned gloomy, and the flames of anger burned fiercely in his eyes. He growled, "This Chen, at such a young age, is actually so vicious. Little San just went to spar with him in the evening, yet he actually dealt such a cruel blow to Little San, severely injuring him. It is truly hateful to the extreme. They were classmates at Notting Academy, yet Chen could actually bring himself to do it. Had I known it would come to this, I should have advised the Dean of Notting Academy to expel such a vicious fellow from Notting Academy. This person is not worthy of being a spirit master. Even if he has grown into a titled Douluo in the future, he will surely become a scourge to the entire continent." Flender was scared out of his wits and hurriedly tried to dissuade Yu Xiaogang. "Xiaogang, stop talking. Now that Chen has become a titled Douluo, he is the most noble existence on the continent and not someone we can provoke. Just endure it. It's not worth it for us to make an enemy of a titled Douluo." Although Yu Xiaogang was only a spirit grandmaster with 29 levels of spirit power, he held himself in high regard and was not afraid of Chen, this titled Douluo. Because of his background in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the secret care of Bibai Dong, no matter where Yu Xiaogang went, others had to address him as Grandmaster. Now, this Grandmaster, Yu Xiaogang, seemed to really take himself seriously. He forgot that on the Douluo Continent, one still has to rely on strength. If Yu Xiaogang didn't have a background or backers, he would have been beaten to death by others countless times already. Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly and said, "Flender, what are you afraid of him for? In the entire Douluo Continent, no one understands the advantages and disadvantages of twin spirits better than I do. Right now, Chen is relying on draining the potential of his twin spirits, which allowed him to become a titled Douluo in a short period. While he can run rampant for a moment, he has no future. If Lu Chen wants to improve his strength even a little bit, he will have to put in 1,000 or 10,000 times more effort. And my disciple Tang San, although his strength is still weak now, has not overdrawn the potential of his twin spirits. Under my cultivation, I believe that it won't take long for him to catch up to Lu Chen, and even surpass Lu Chen. When that time comes, little San will repay the humiliation Lu Chen caused him 100-fold, and your severed arm, as well as your old brother Zhao Wuji, little San will avenge all of you. And there is Xiao Wu. Originally, I saw that she had good talent, so I directed her to follow Tang San to Shrek Academy. I did not expect her to be so ungrateful, abandoning little San at this time. She is blind, she will definitely regret it in the future. I must persuade little San that even if Xiao Wu kneels before him in the future to beg for forgiveness, he must not forgive Xiao Wu easily. Flender, I won't say more to you for now. I am going to visit little San. He must be very devastated right now. As his teacher, I have the responsibility to help him get back on his feet. As his voice fell, Yu Xiaogang turned and left Flender's office, found teacher Lai Yusong waiting outside, and had teacher Lai Yusong take him to Tang San's room. At this moment, only Flender was left in the office. Under Yu Xiaogang's influence, Flender's mindset also underwent a small change. Originally, Flender felt fear for Lu Chen from the bottom of his heart. But now, Yu Xiaogang had said with certainty that Lu Chen's talent and potential were exhausted, and it would be difficult for him to improve further in the future. Out of trust in Yu Xiaogang, Flender believed what he said. Although Tang San could not compare to Lu Chen now, Tang San would definitely be able to catch up to Lu Chen in the future, and even surpass Lu Chen. Especially since Tang San's second spirit was the #1 assault-type spirit in the world. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. The Clear Sky Hammer. Yes, the son of the Clear Sky Douluo would inevitably be able to become another Clear Sky Douluo. The decadence on Flender's face gradually disappeared bit by bit, replaced by a trace of resentment. He clutched his severed arm, feeling a dull pain once again, and gritted his teeth as he spat out a sentence. Lu Chen. Chapter 133. Tang San learns news of Tang Hao Creek. As a dilapidated wooden door was pushed open, the soft light from outside shone into the originally dark room. Dust floated in the air, visible to the naked eye. It seemed this room hadn't been cleaned for quite some time. With his back to the sunlight, Yu Xiaogang walked into the room with a worried expression, seeing Tang San lying motionless on the bed, covered in bandages and looking completely lifeless. He immediately felt a sharp pang in his heart. This was his proudest disciple. After not seeing him for just a short while, he had actually ended up in such a state. Anger surged in his heart. He decided that the next time he saw Tang Hao, he would definitely file a severe complaint against Lu Chen in front of him. Even if they were both titled Douluos, could Lu Chen really be stronger than Tang Hao? Tang Hao's terrifying battle record was peerless even among titled Douluos. Just after making a breakthrough to titled Douluo, he had hammered to death 2 of Spirit Hall's titled Douluos, and severely injured the Supreme Pontiff Qian Zunji, ultimately leading to Qian Zunji's death from his injuries. After 12 years of silence, he had recently reappeared in the Spirit Master's world. Despite the interference of Bibai Dong and 7 other titled Douluos, he had collapsed the roof of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Such terrifying achievements gave Yu Xiaogang a sort of blind admiration for Tang Hao, believing him to be invincible and peerless. As long as he complained about Lu Chen to Tang Hao would naturally go and deal with him. Back to the present, Yu Xiaogang strode into the room. The pungent smell of medicinal liquid hit his nostrils, but he didn't care, speaking with a voice full of concern. Little San, your teacher has come late and let you suffer such great grievances. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's voice, Tang San's originally dead eyes suddenly burst with a flash of light. He knew his teacher would definitely come to Shrek Academy. Tang San turned his head to look at Yu Xiaogang walking toward him and said in a hoarse voice, "Teacher, I want to cultivate my second martial soul." Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's face immediately darkened. He sat by the bed, looking at Tang San with a serious expression, and spoke persuasively. Little San, I know you've suffered a massive grievance, but you cannot give up on yourself. If you cultivate your second martial soul now, all our previous efforts will have been in vain. You are a smart child. You should be able to see the pros and cons. That Lu Chen rose to success in just a few years and became a titled Douluo. He looks very impressive, but he has no future. To waste the potential of twin spirits like that is simply a reckless waste of God's gifts. It's utterly foolish. But you, my disciple, I have planned the most suitable growth path for you. As long as you successfully cultivate your first spirit, the blue-silver grass, to the 5-ring spirit king realm, then you can begin cultivating your second martial soul. The first spirit ring of your second martial soul will then be able to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. Using a trash spirit like blue-silver grass as a sacrifice will pave a path to the heavens for you. With a clear sky hammer possessing 9 10,000-year spirit rings, you will become an existence invincible on the Douluo Continent. Tang San could have thought of everything Yu Xiaogang said, but he was unwilling. He wanted to possess power sooner. That way, he could defeat Lu Chen and take back Xiao Wu. Looking at the unwilling Tang San, Yu Xiaogang sighed softly, knowing that a few words wouldn't be enough to convince him. To change Tang San's mind, he had to use some heavy-hitting information. Yu Xiaogang's expression changed, a touch of admiration appearing on his face as he spoke in a deeply moved tone. Your temper is very stubborn, like a bull. Once you've decided on something, no one can force you to turn back. In this regard, you are very much like your father. Your father, Tang Hao, is also a very stubborn person. On the Douluo Continent, what person or faction dares to be an enemy of Spirit Hall, dares to heavily injure the previous Supreme Pontiff, or dares to destroy the current Supreme Pontiff's palace? Others don't dare, but your father does. I admire him. He did what I wanted to do but was powerless to achieve. Hearing Yu Xiaogang mention Tang Hao, an unusual light flickered in Tang San's eyes. Father. Tang San wasn't a fool. His second martial soul, the clear sky hammer, was clearly not an ordinary spirit, and the disorder-splitting wind hammer method Tang Hao had taught him wasn't something an ordinary blacksmith could master. His father, Tang Hao, was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Tang San's interest was piqued. Teacher, you know my father. Yu Xiaogang introduced him with a smile. He is a man who stands at the peak of this Douluo Continent. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid of affecting your growth. Now, to help you pull yourself together, I have no choice but to tell you some things. Over the following time, Yu Xiaogang told Tang San some of the deeds he knew regarding Tang Hao. Tang San listened, enthralled. It turned out his father wasn't an ordinary blacksmith, but a hero, a champion, and a powerhouse who stood tall between heaven and earth. This filled Tang San with immense yearning, and an uncontrollable admiration for Tang Hao rose in his heart. It turned out his second martial soul, the clear sky hammer, actually possessed such terrifying power. Yu Xiaogang's throat felt a bit dry from talking. Seeing Tang San attracted by the stories he told, he nodded with satisfaction. Little San, I'm telling you these things today to make you pull yourself together. You carry your father's expectations on your shoulders. If you really want to deal with that Lu Chen, wait until the next time you see your father. Letting your father take action personally will make dealing with Lu Chen effortless. As for now, you absolutely must not entertain the thought of cultivating your second martial soul. Your father has a blood feud with Spirit Hall. Only when your clear sky hammer spirit has 9 10,000-year spirit rings attached will you be able to fight alongside your father and have the qualifications to battle Spirit Hall. Tang San nodded heavily with an excited expression. Teacher, I understand. I will never act on impulse. A mere Lu Chen is not worth wasting my talent on. Having finally persuaded Tang San, Yu Xiaogang felt relieved. Little San, it's good that you can understand. During this time, focus on recovering from your injuries. Once you're healed, I will arrange training for you so that your blue-silver grass spirit can become a 5-ring spirit king as soon as possible. After finishing, Yu Xiaogang finally left Tang San's room. Tang San was no longer despondent. He immediately sat up from the bed and began to circulate the mysterious heaven skill, using its neutral and peaceful spirit power to accelerate his recovery. A thought rose in Tang San's mind. Lu Chen, even if I'm not as good as you right now, I have a great father. My father is the clear sky Douluo, Tang Hao. Once I find him, your doomsday will arrive, and Xiao Wu will surely return to my side. After a night of cultivation, Tang San found a blessing in disguise, successfully breaking through one level of spirit power, from level 29 to level 30. As long as he absorbed one spirit ring, he could become a spirit elder. Chapter 134. The fated man faced demon spider. Tang San had achieved a breakthrough to 30th level spirit power, but given his condition, heavily injured and yet to recover, he was unable to immediately head out to hunt spirit beasts. To recover his body as quickly as possible, he circulated the mysterious heaven skill day and night, using its balanced and peaceful spirit power to accelerate his physical healing. At the same time, under the care of Shao Xin, a food system spirit saint, Tang San's bones and internal organs healed rapidly. After about 10 days, Tang San had finally managed to recover. Once his body was restored, Tang San was impatient to hunt a spirit beast and absorb a spirit ring to become a spirit elder. In addition, there was Oscar at Shrek Academy, who had also reached a breakthrough from 29th level spirit power to 30th level spirit power. To help Tang San and Oscar hunt spirit beasts, Yu Xiaogang and Flender discussed the matter and immediately decided to set out for the Stardew Great Forest. Zhao Wuji was still unconscious and needed someone by his side to care for him, so Shao Xin had to stay behind. As a support soul master, Shao Xin lacked any combat ability, so Lu Kibin was also required to stay. The final decision was made. For this spirit beast hunt, Flender would personally lead the team. Since he had lost a hand and his strength was significantly affected, he would also bring teacher Lai Yusong along just in case. The other members included Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. After they set out, they continued Shrek Academy's tradition of stinginess. They didn't ride horses or rent a carriage, relying entirely on their own 2 legs to run toward the Stardew Great Forest. This really put Yu Xiaogang through the ringer. Though Flender and teacher Lai Yusong were older, their cultivation was profound. With long breaths and astonishing endurance, running several hundred kilometers to the Stardew Great Forest was no problem at all for them. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, while their cultivation wasn't yet that deep, being only spirit grandmasters and spirit elders, were very young, all teenagers between 12 and 15 years old. Brimming with physical strength and recovering quickly, and occasionally eating one of Oscar's big recovery sausages, running several hundred kilometers to the Stardew Great Forest was likewise no problem for them. Only Yu Xiaogang, who was older, had declining bodily functions and possessed poor strength, with spirit power at only level 29, hadn't even run a few dozen kilometers before his face turned deathly pale. He panted like a bull, his legs felt as heavy as lead, and he collapsed onto the ground like a dead dog. Flender looked on with pity and wanted to rent a carriage for Yu Xiaogang, but Yu Xiaogang refused. Everyone else was running. If he alone took a carriage, wouldn't it look like he was getting special treatment? He wanted to stand up, but his legs were as soft as noodles, and he couldn't stand at all. With no other choice, Tang San carried Yu Xiaogang on his back and continued the journey toward the Stardew Great Forest. The small group of 3, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, couldn't help but start whispering behind Yu Xiaogang's back when they saw this scene. His strength was just too pathetic. He had only run a few dozen kilometers and was already exhausted to this extent. They had originally thought that since he could train a disciple like Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, as a teacher, must surely be a powerful expert. They hadn't expected him to be a waste. This caused the 3 of them to feel extreme contempt for Yu Xiaogang. In their daily interactions, they showed him no respect whatsoever. The journey continued, running from morning until afternoon, until the group finally arrived at a small town outside the Douluo Great Forest. As the sky was gradually darkening, they stayed in the town for one night. Unlike the original plot, they didn't encounter Kanghui Academy, so they didn't provoke anyone, and the night passed without incident. Early the next morning, they set out again and entered the Douluo Great Forest. Because of Lu Chen's interference, Tang San had been heavily injured, and it took half a month for his body to recover. This caused the Shrek group's entry into the Douluo Great Forest to be delayed by about half a month. They did not encounter that injured coxcomb phoenix-tailed serpent like in the original plot. However, after half a day of searching, they found a green scorpion about 1.5 meters long. This scorpion, of course, could not be one of the three heavens of the extreme north. Yu Xiaogang took it upon himself to introduce it. This scorpion is called the emerald poison scorpion. Its emerald green shell has incredibly astonishing defensive power. The emerald poison scorpion possesses a mild toxin, but it is primarily a paralyzing venom and is not fatal. Judging by the size of the emerald poison scorpion, its cultivation is around 1,500 years, which is just right to serve as Oscar's third spirit ring. Oscar muttered in a low voice, "My sausage spirit is a food system spirit. Won't there really be a problem if I absorb a poisonous emerald poison scorpion spirit ring?" Yu Xiaogang's eyes widened as he looked over. That's absolutely impossible. A paralyzing venom is not a fatal toxin. It won't have any negative impact on you. Since Yu Xiaogang said so, out of trust for him, Flender and teacher Lai Yusong worked together to heavily injure the 1,500-year emerald poison scorpion. Finally, they let Oscar deliver the finishing blow. After killing the emerald poison scorpion, a purple 1,000-year spirit ring condensed from its corpse. Oscar was a little nervous, but since the spirit ring had already condensed, he couldn't just let it dissipate. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the 1,000-year spirit ring of the emerald poison scorpion. After 5 hours of absorption, Oscar successfully absorbed the 1,000-year spirit ring and officially became a food system spirit elder. When he opened his eyes and woke up, everyone else looked at him. Oscar didn't hide anything and introduced his spirit ability to the group. My third spirit ability is called the Paralysis Emerald Sausage. After eating it, an emerald shell will condense on the surface of your body, increasing your defensive power. At the same time, you'll be poisoned. The paralyzing venom will make your movements sluggish, reducing your speed by 20%, but you'll gain 20% in the resilience attribute, and your ability to withstand hits will be enhanced. Overall, this could be considered a very good spirit ability. However, reducing speed by 20% was a very serious negative effect. In intense combat, every second counts. If you are faster and can seize an opponent's flaw, you might defeat them in a single wave. Whether it was worth trading 20% speed for 20% resilience in this paralysis emerald sausage was hard to say. But since this was a spirit beast selected by Yu Xiaogang, Flender naturally had to support him. Hahaha, little ow, this skill is quite good. It can significantly boost defensive capabilities. I'm sure it will produce unexpected effects in actual combat later. Now that you've successfully absorbed your spirit ring, we should continue our journey to find a suitable spirit beast for Tang San. With Flender's support, Yu Xiaogang's expression finally looked a bit better. Then let's set out. I will definitely pick the most suitable spirit beast for Little San. The group then set out again, heading deeper into the Douluo Great Forest to find a suitable spirit beast for Tang San. They searched until evening but couldn't find a suitable spirit beast. As it was already dark, they set up camp on the spot, preparing to rest for the night and continue the search at dawn. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were divided into two pairs. One pair would watch the first half of the night, and the other would watch the second half. As the main combat power of the team, Flender and teacher Lai Yusong needed to stay fully energized, so they weren't assigned night watch duties. As for Yu Xiaogang, his strength was too poor. If they left the night watch to such a waste, they might not even know how they died. Late into the night, Tang San and Oscar were still patrolling near the camp, Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the surroundings. The sound was very faint, and Oscar didn't notice it at all, but Tang San, with his ability to identify positions through sound, noticed the slight movement. "Oscar, get out of the way." Tang San pushed Oscar aside and then dodged using the ghost shadow perplexing track. Right where they had been standing, a large, dark purple web spread out. If Tang San hadn't reacted in time, they would have been trapped inside the web. In that purple spider web, droplets of slime fell to the ground, emitting puffs of white smoke. Even the ground showed signs of corrosion. What a terrifyingly corrosive poison! Tang San activated his purple demon eye and looked in the direction from which the web had flown. In the darkness, he saw a black spider about 1.5 meters in size walking out of the shadows. This black spider was covered in a black shell. On its lower abdomen, there were white patterns forming a hideous human face. Above its 8 purple eyes was a transparent protective layer. Around its body, long legs could silently pierce into the ground. Seeing this spirit beast, Tang San's expression was first solemn, but then he showed a hint of joy. A spirit ring suitable for him. Wasn't it just delivered to his doorstep? This was the creature known as the nightmare of small spirit beasts. The man-faced demon spider, chapter 135. Tang San's determination. Tang San let out a loud shout. It also startled Flender, teacher Lai Yusong, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun awake. As for Yu Xiaogang, he woke up too, but whether he woke up or not didn't matter. After all, a trash like him couldn't help at all. Flender and teacher Lai Yusong rushed out of their tents the moment they heard the sound. They quickly arrived at Tang San and Oscar's side, followed Tang San's gaze into the forest, and saw the man-faced demon spider spirit beast. Flender was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A man-faced demon spider. To think a man-faced demon spider would choose to attack us at night. Tang San, it's a good thing you noticed the movement, otherwise we might not have been able to leave the Stardew Great Forest tonight. Old Lai, let's strike together and kill this man-faced demon spider as quickly as possible to avoid any more complications. Teacher Lai Yusong didn't say a word and immediately summoned his spirit, the dragon-patterned staff. 6 spirit rings with a poor configuration, white, yellow, purple, 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 black, rose one by one from beneath his feet. All right. In the next instant, Flender also summoned his cat-eagle spirit. Although he had lost an arm, he was still a spirit saint after all. The powerful aura belonging to a spirit saint spread out, causing the man-faced demon spider to feel a hint of retreat. Flender didn't intend to let it leave. Who knew if this man-faced demon spider would run back to launch a sneak attack after they fell asleep? He and teacher Lai Yusong charged forward from the left and right. In just a few moves, they knocked the man-faced demon spider over, easily inflicting heavy injuries upon it. A 1,000-year man-faced demon spider certainly couldn't be a match for Flender and teacher Lai Yusong. Seeing that this man-faced demon spider was about to die at the hands of Flender and teacher Lai Yusong, Tang San shouted to stop them. "Dean, teacher Lai, don't kill it. I want to absorb this man-faced demon spider's spirit ring as my 3rd spirit ring." After Tang San spoke, Flender and teacher Lai Yusong hesitated for a moment before retracting their high-power spirit abilities, switching to low-power spirit abilities to continue wearing down the man-faced demon spider's life. To prevent the man-faced demon spider from hurting Tang San, Flender and teacher Lai Yusong took turns striking, breaking the spider's 8 legs and stabbing all its eyes blind, torturing it until it was on its last breath and finally collapsed weakly on the ground. After doing all this, Flender and teacher Lai Yusong each retracted their spirits and returned to Tang San's side from the left and right. Flender spoke up. "Tang San, you can make your move now. However, before you absorb the spirit ring, do you want to ask for your teacher's opinion?" An infinite thirst for power emerged in Tang San's eyes, and he said with an excited voice, "I believe teacher will understand me." Just as those words fell, Yu Xiaogang walked over with a livid face. He looked at the man-faced demon spider, then looked at Tang San and said, "Little San, what do you want me to understand? Have you forgotten all the knowledge I taught you?" This man-faced demon spider is clearly a 2,000-year spirit beast. Tell me, what is the limit for the years of a spirit master's third spirit ring? Tang San blurted out upon hearing this. 1,760 years. Yu Xiaogang questioned with a livid face. Since you still remember, then why do you want to absorb this 2,000-year man-faced demon spider spirit ring? Tang San raised his head, his eyes shining with a burning light as he looked directly at Yu Xiaogang without blinking. He clenched his fists and said, "Teacher, because I need power. This man-faced demon spider's spirit ring must contain the man-faced demon spider's lethal poison. If I can add the man-faced demon spider's poison attribute to my blue-silver grass martial soul, it will surely bring me an unprecedented boost. Perhaps at that time, my blue-silver grass martial soul will no longer be suppressed by Chen. This was the most fundamental reason." Tang San thought back to the last time when he used blue-silver binding, and with just a single word, go back from Chen. His blue-silver grass martial soul lost control and bound him instead. In Tang San's view, perhaps this was because, as a fellow blue-silver grass spirit master, Chen, being a titled Douluo, had added more spirit rings to his blue-silver grass martial soul. This allowed his blue-silver grass martial soul to suppress Tang San's own. As long as he also added more and stronger spirit rings to his blue-silver grass martial soul, he would surely be able to avoid being suppressed. This did have some logic to it. It was just that Tang San didn't know yet that Chen's spirit had already evolved into the blue-silver emperor. No matter how much his own spirit continued to evolve, at most it would become a blue-silver king. A blue-silver king would still be suppressed by the blue-silver emperor, and this was assuming Tang San's spirit evolved correctly. If he continued to add spirit rings from spirit beasts like the Datra snake and man-faced demon spider, no one could guess what it would eventually evolve into. Tang San knew that this alone wouldn't be enough to convince his teacher. His gaze swept around, and when he saw Oscar, his eyes suddenly lit up. He beckoned to Oscar. "Oscar, give me one of your paralysis emerald sausages. Also, how long can your paralysis emerald sausage last?" Hearing this and remembering that Tang San had just saved his life, Oscar didn't hesitate and immediately produced a paralysis emerald sausage. 3 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, rose from beneath his feet, and his third spirit ring instantly shone with light. "I have an emerald sausage." Accompanied by the chanting of the spirit incantation, green light erupted from his hand. When the green light dissipated, a green sausage appeared in his palm. He handed the green sausage to Tang San and said, "After eating the paralysis emerald sausage, the effect can last for 5 minutes. But 5 minutes isn't enough time for you to absorb a spirit ring." Tang San reached out to take the green sausage and said, "1 paralysis emerald sausage can last for 5 minutes. As long as you feed me 1 paralysis emerald sausage every 5 minutes, I have a 90% chance of successfully absorbing this spirit ring." Trading 20% speed for 20% resilience provides the greatest help when absorbing a spirit ring. "Teacher, whether you agree or not, I will absorb this man-faced demon spider's spirit ring today." Sensing the firm tone in Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang frowned deeply, and only after a long time did he let out a helpless sigh. "You've grown up and have your own ideas. I can't control everything you do. With such determination and the help of the paralysis emerald sausage, perhaps you really can absorb this 2,000-year man-faced demon spider spirit ring. Oscar, make a few more paralysis emerald sausages." Once preparations are ready, Little San can begin absorbing the spirit ring. Oscar was grateful to Tang San for saving his life earlier. To help Tang San, he spared no effort in producing paralysis emerald sausages. "All right, I'll make them right now. I have an emerald sausage." "I have an emerald sausage." In a short while, Oscar had produced a large number of paralysis emerald sausages. After making full preparations, Tang San walked up to the man-faced demon spider with a paralysis emerald sausage in hand and said solemnly and with an air of righteousness, "Man-faced demon spider, you evil spirit beast, becoming my spirit ring is your best destination." pure and noble young master Tang San, even hunting a spirit beast was done with such an air of righteousness. Standing on the moral high ground, Tang San struck and killed the man-faced demon spider. The man-faced demon spider, labeled as an evil spirit beast, breathed its last in a state of unwillingness and resentment. A brilliant purple spirit ring quickly condensed from the man-faced demon spider's corpse. Tang San ate a paralysis emerald sausage, and his body's surface was wrapped in a layer of green light. It conformed to his frame, forming a shell as crystal clear as emerald, yet possessing amazing defensive power. At the same time, because of the paralytic poison, Tang San felt his body grow somewhat numb, and his movements became much slower than usual, but his physical resilience was greatly enhanced. Tang San sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the man-faced demon spider's purple spirit ring. Perhaps because the paralysis emerald sausage was indeed effective. Although his face had turned purple from the swelling pressure, he surprisingly didn't feel too much pain. Because of the paralytic poison, his pain nerves seemed to have been severed. Since this clearly over-the-limit 2,000-year man-faced demon spider spirit ring didn't cause Tang San to explode on the spot, there was a possibility he could succeed in absorbing it. Chapter 136, Divine Rank Spirit, Ultimate Life. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Star-Du Great Forest, the Lake of Life, after half a month of cultivate, Chen finally completed the transformation of his spirit. Under the nourishment of life spirit power, the life attribute of his blue-silver emperor martial soul transformed into the ultimate life attribute. This transformation was an earth-shaking change. The blue-silver emperor with the ultimate life attribute had already surpassed the scope of top-tier spirits and reached the level of a divine rank spirit. It was now on the same level as Qian Renxu's angel spirit. This spirit evolution brought changes in every aspect. First were the spirit abilities. With the ultimate life attribute, the blue-silver emperor's 9 great spirit abilities all received a 50% boost when used. Second was the domain. Whether it was the all-encompassing forest or all rivers run to sea, the various abilities of the blue-silver domain also received a 50% boost. Then there was the physical constitution. The ultimate life attribute of the blue-silver emperor strengthened Chen's physical body. Originally, his physical constitution had reached the level of a 100,000-year spirit beast, but now it had truly surpassed that level. For a human body to possess a powerful constitution surpassing a 100,000-year spirit beast, the effort required was beyond anyone's imagination. With a powerful constitution surpassing a 100,000-year spirit beast, Chen basically didn't have to worry about the conflict between the two types of spirit power caused by the continuous addition of spirit rings to his black iron sickle spirit. Not only that, after his constitution was strengthened, he also awakened a physical self-healing ability. From now on, as long as Chen's body was injured, minor injuries would heal within 10 seconds, and even heavy injuries would heal within a minute. There was no need for Chen to use any healing spirit abilities. As long as his life origin was not exhausted, he could heal himself infinitely. Ultimate attributes inherently possessed special abilities. For example, Qian Renxu's angel spirit's spirit power came with a purification and dissolving effect, which could even silently purify an opponent's spirit power during battle, allowing them to only display half of their true capabilities. The special ability brought to Chen by his ultimate life attribute was likely this self-healing ability that was near that of an undying body. Additionally, there was his spirit power. Chen had successfully broken through from level 94 spirit power to level 95 spirit power, officially entering the ranks of a super titled Douluo. Chen had personally witnessed the transformation of the blue-silver emperor's life attribute into the ultimate life attribute, and all sorts of insights flooded his heart, allowing him to complete his realm breakthrough in one go. A breakthrough from 0 to 1 was far more difficult than a breakthrough from 1 to 10. Between level 94 spirit power and level 95 spirit power were two different levels, ordinary titled Douluo and super titled Douluo. Chen had already completed the breakthrough from level 94 spirit power to level 95 spirit power. For the subsequent levels from 95 spirit power to 98 spirit power, as long as his spirit power accumulation was sufficient, the breakthroughs would come naturally. If nothing unexpected happened, Chen would encounter another bottleneck between level 98 spirit power and level 99 spirit power. But that was all for the future now. Chen had not only successfully broken through his realm to become a level 95 spirit power super Douluo, but because of the transformation of the blue-silver emperor's life attribute into the ultimate life attribute, his spirit abilities, domain, constitution, every aspect had received a massive boost, and he happily withdrew from his cultivation state. Walking out of the blue-silver grass courtyard, Chen stretched vigorously, his bones popping and crackling like frying beans, this feeling of his whole body being filled with power. It was truly wonderful. Just then, a deep voice drifted over from afar. Chen, you've woken up. Chen looked toward the sound and saw the two great beast kings. The sky azure bull python was soaking in the lake of life, and the titan giant ape was squatting on the shore. They seemed to have been back for some time. Chen greeted them. Da Ming, Ming, thank you for your hard work while I was cultivate. You mentioned before that you were going to look for spirit beasts. I wonder which ones you found. As Chen spoke, he walked toward the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape. The titan giant ape introduced them in a booming voice. We found several candidate spirit beasts for you. A 50,000-year heavy-armored insect king, a 50,000-year demon underworld deer, and a 50,000-year human-faced demon spider emperor. These are no ordinary spirit beasts. Their talents in certain areas would even be very troublesome for Big Brother and me. Hearing the spirit beasts mentioned by the titan giant ape, Chen frowned. These seemed to be the spirit beasts that Tang San's second spirit, the clear sky hammer, had absorbed. For spirit beasts to be chosen by Tang San to be absorbed by his clear sky hammer spirit, their strength was certainly beyond question. However, Chen was still somewhat dissatisfied. Chen also spoke his thoughts truthfully. My second spirit, the black iron sickle, currently has 3 spirit rings. A 60,000-year dark gold terrorclaw bear spirit ring, a 60,000-year dark demonic evil god tiger spirit ring, and a 100,000-year void mantis spirit ring. For the next 6 spirit rings, I still hope to absorb spirit rings from spirit beasts on the same level as the void mantis. At the very least, they should be like the dark gold terrorclaw bear and the dark demonic evil god tiger. Even though they only have tens of thousands of years of cultivation, they are enough to fight against a true 100,000-year spirit beast. The heavy-armored insect king, the demon underworld deer, and the human-faced demon spider emperor, although their cultivation is not low, cannot possibly fight against a true 100,000-year spirit beast. I'm not very satisfied. Are there any other choices? Hearing Chen's very dangerous words, the sky azure bull python erupted with a monstrous pressure. Chen, you want 100,000-year spirit beast spirit rings, but even in this Stardew Great Forest, there aren't many 100,000-year spirit beasts. If you dare to target the spirit rings or spirit bones of me, Ming, or Xiao Wu, Ming, and I won't care how deep your friendship with Xiao Wu is. We brothers will definitely not let you leave the Stardew Great Forest alive. Disliking this and that, you even look down on 50,000-year spirit beasts. Fine then, go find spirit beasts yourself. Ming and I won't help you anymore. The sky azure bull python's monstrous pressure kicked up a wild storm, blowing Chen's hair into a frenzy and making his robes flutter. If it had been before, the sky azure bull python's monstrous pressure would have brought considerable pressure to Chen. But now, Chen was already a level 95 spirit power super Douluo, and this pressure from the sky azure bull python was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him. Seeing that the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape were no longer paying attention to him, Chen said nonchalantly, I'll find them myself then. With my blue-silver domain, I don't believe I can't find a few spirit beasts suitable for me in the vast star-do great forest. In the next instant, Chen activated his blue-silver domain, and a blue glow erupted from his body, rapidly spreading in all directions. All the blue-silver grass covered by the blue-silver domain was now cheering, greedily absorbing the life aura of the blue-silver domain, which was of great benefit to their evolution. Moreover, these blue-silver grass plants keenly discovered that the life aura of the blue-silver emperor had actually become purer. Absorbing even a trace of the blue-silver emperor's life aura could make their cultivation and evolution speed several times faster. All the blue-silver grass felt a heartfelt desire to worship Chen, their blue-silver emperor. Compared to the previous generation's blue-silver emperor, this generation's blue-silver emperor was far more competent, sparing no effort to transform himself. And after completing his own transformation, he could even benefit all blue-silver grass. This was what the emperor of a race should do. Chen's blue-silver domain seemed to have no boundaries, and within a very short period, it covered half of the star-do great forest. Following the evolution of Chen's spirit and the transformation of his life attribute into the ultimate life attribute, the boosted blue-silver domain greatly surprised Chen, as it could now cover half of the star-do great forest. But before he could search for suitable spirit beasts, he saw some familiar figures: Flender, Xiaogang, Tang San. Chen's heart couldn't help but stir. They've come to the star-do great forest to hunt spirit beasts. The third spirit ring Tang San absorbs actually comes from a man-faced demon spider. I wonder if Tang San will get the 8 spider lances this time. Hee. With me here, if he still wants to get the 8 spider lances, he can keep dreaming. Thinking of this, Chen reached out his hand, and suddenly black light burst forth, condensing into a scythe in his hand. It was the black iron sickle after several evolutions. Black, red, 3 extremely shocking spirit rings rose one by one beneath Chen's feet. Third spirit ability, Space Slash. Accompanied by the glowing red spirit ring, Chen swung the black iron sickle in front of him. In an instant, space was torn open, forming a pitch-black passage. With a flash, Chen entered the pitch-black passage while holding the black iron sickle. By the time the spatial rift healed, Chen was no longer there. Chapter 137. External Spirit Bone 8 Spider Lances. Tang San's process of absorbing the man-faced demon spider spirit ring continued. His face was blue and purple, and his lips were black. One reason was the energy of the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring, while the other was the accumulation of the paralytic poison from the paralysis emerald sausage. Basically, every 5 minutes, Oscar would pry Tang San's mouth open and stuff in a paralysis emerald sausage. By relying on the paralytic poison of the paralysis emerald sausage, and through the 20% toughness attribute gained in exchange for 20% speed, Tang San indeed passed the most dangerous stage of absorbing the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring. The continuous accumulation of the paralytic poison caused Tang San to feel his consciousness becoming somewhat blurred. But regardless, Tang San, by surpassing his limits to absorb the 2,000-year man-faced demon spider spirit ring, was actually nearing success. Among the factors, the paralysis emerald sausage had indeed played a significant role. Xiaogang's expression was filled with excitement. Originally, he hadn't been optimistic about Tang San surpassing his limits to absorb the man-faced demon spider spirit ring. But now, Tang San was actually about to succeed. Once Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul was augmented with the potent poison of the man-faced demon spider, it would gain a massive boost. Just thinking about it made Xiaogang feel excited. This undoubtedly proved the correctness of his theory. Plant spirits can absorb animal spirit rings, and animal spirits can also absorb plant spirit rings. As long as a sufficiently powerful spirit ring is absorbed, even the most trash blue-silver grass martial soul can gain power beyond imagination. Through Tang San, Xiaogang had verified the correctness of his theory. And nearby, Dai Mubai walked over and put his arm around Oscar's shoulder, a wicked and charming look appearing on his face as he marveled. "Little Ao, this spirit ability of yours is incredible. It can actually increase the success rate of absorbing a spirit ring, allowing someone to absorb a spirit ring beyond their limits. Doesn't this mean that in the future, when we absorb spirit rings, we can just eat a paralysis emerald sausage and never have to worry about failing again?" On the other side, Ma Hongjun also walked to Dai Mubai and Oscar's side, muttering in a low voice. "This Grandmaster Yu actually has some skill. Although it seems like he just stumbled upon it, the spirit beast he chose for you really did give you a good spirit ability." Oscar gave a mischievous chuckle, his tone a bit suggestive. "Of course, my sausage is definitely both delicious and practical. But to be honest, I didn't expect that my paralysis emerald sausage could also be used to assist in absorbing spirit rings." Tang San is truly a genius. He thought of the most correct usage for the paralysis emerald sausage. While the few of them were joking around, Tang San's absorption of the man-faced demon spider spirit ring had reached its conclusion. Everything had been going well, but a sudden occurrence left everyone utterly shocked. Tang San, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly slumped forward and his shirt burst open. In the area of his back, 8 lumps actually grew. The 8 lumps kept pushing outward, as if something inside wanted to pierce through his body from his back. Tang San was completely unaware of everything that was happening. Too much paralytic poison had accumulated in his body, and now even his consciousness was blurred. His pain receptors were completely cut off, meaning that while he felt no pain, he also couldn't feel what was happening to his body. Outside, the expressions of Flender, teacher Lai Yusong, Yu Xiaogang, and the others changed drastically. Not knowing what was happening, they could only focus their gaze on Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the 8 lumps on Tang San's back, frantically recalling the books he had read and searching for related information. In the next instant, the 8 lumps burst one after another. Accompanied by bursts of crimson blood, 8 hideous bone spikes grew out from Tang San's back. The bone spikes were segmented, and at each joint there were extremely sharp barbs that made one shudder with fear. When the ghastly white bone spikes finished growing, each one was 3 meters long. The 8 bone spikes silently pierced into the ground, hoisting Tang San's body into midair, to the point that Tang San now looked like a human-shaped spider. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun was the first to offer his opinion. "What are those bone spikes? Those 8 spikes look just like the legs of a man-faced demon spider. Tang San hasn't been possessed by the resentment of the man-faced demon spider and is turning into a monster, right?" Yu Xiaogang naturally wouldn't allow anyone to slander his disciple. He looked at Tang San with excitement and sternly rebuked, "Don't talk nonsense. Little San would never be possessed by the resentment of the man-faced demon spider. These 8 bone spikes are an external spirit bone." Although Flender was a spirit saint, this was his first time hearing the name external spirit bone, and he couldn't help but look puzzled. "Xiaogang, what is an external spirit bone?" Yu Xiaogang didn't explain much, only saying enigmatically, "An external spirit bone is a top-quality spirit bone, a supreme treasure whose preciousness is second only to a 100,000-year spirit bone." Just this one sentence caused Flender, teacher Lai Yusong, and Dai Mubai to gasp, who didn't know the preciousness of a 100,000-year spirit bone. For Tang San to obtain such a supreme treasure as an external spirit bone, his luck was truly too good. But predictably, an accident occurred right at this moment in the sky above Tang San's head. A spatial rift actually split open, revealing a pitch-black void within. Flender, teacher Lai Yusong, and Yu Xiaogang all watched this scene with confusion, until the next moment when Lu Chen, holding the black iron sickle, stepped out from that void-like spatial rift. Lu Chen was tall, holding a 2-meter-long black iron sickle. Beneath his feet, 3 spirit rings, black, and red, rose up. The terrifying pressure spreading out made him look like a death god emerging from hell. Whether it was Flender or Yu Xiaogang looking at the current Lu Chen, both showed expressions of extreme horror. Their eyes were wide, and their mouths were agape, but they couldn't say a complete word, as if an invisible giant hand were clutching their throats. Flender's entire body was trembling, and his severed right arm seemed to throb with pain again. Originally, under Yu Xiaogang's influence, his dread of Lu Chen had lessened slightly. But seeing Lu Chen again now, all the bad memories came rushing back, and his fear instantly reached its peak. With a thud, Flender knelt on the ground and gave a heavy, loud kowtow toward Lu Chen. "Your Excellency, please spare my life." And all of this was almost an instinctive reaction. He had a guilty conscience. Previously, under Yu Xiaogang's instigation, he had developed some resentment toward Lu Chen. Now that resentment was like little insects gnawing at his heart, making him feel terrified, as if his heart were about to stop beating. Teacher Lai Yusong didn't react at first. He's just a three-ring spirit elder. However, a moment later, his face turned deathly pale as he followed suit and knelt. A three-ring spirit elder with two 10,000-year spirit rings and 100,000-year spirit ring. How the hell could that be an ordinary three-ring spirit elder? Yu Xiaogang's face was full of disbelief. From that face, he had already recognized Lu Chen's identity. Lu Chen. But what was the deal with Lu Chen's spirit? And what was the deal with his spirit rings? According to Tang San, Lu Chen had already cultivated a second martial soul. Yu Xiaogang had also formed the preconceived notion that Lu Chen had used the second martial soul to add spirit rings, and quickly accumulate spirit power to become a titled Douluo. In that case, his second martial soul shouldn't have only 3 spirit rings. Black, black, and red. What a soul-shaking spirit ring configuration. Such a spirit ring configuration should belong to his disciple, Tang San. Why would it appear on Lu Chen's body? Yu Xiaogang's eyes stared fixedly at Lu Chen. Chapter 138. Stripping the 8 spider lances, Yu Xiaogang's resentful gaze made Lu Chen feel slightly displeased. This old fellow didn't show even the slightest bit of the reverence he should have in front of a powerhouse. Throughout his life, he had never truly suffered the harsh beatings of society. From the moment Yu Xiaogang was born, he was the pampered young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, living a life of luxury since childhood. Even after his spirit awakening, when he awakened the malignantly mutated spirit Luo Sanpao and had an innate spirit power of only half a rank, he was still able to obtain a massive amount of sect resources, which escorted him all the way to rank 29 spirit power. The mockery from other disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan towards Yu Xiaogang was, in a way, also born of envy. With a trash spirit and inferior talent, he obtained vast resources that other disciples could only dream of simply because of his birth. How could this not make people envious, jealous, and hateful? He went to Spirit Hall for further studies, and then seduced Bibai Dong, the holy maiden of Spirit Hall. Even though this enraged the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall, Qian Zunji only drove Yu Xiaogang away. For the sake of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he didn't make things too difficult for Yu Xiaogang. If it had been anyone else, Qian Zunji would have ground their bones to dust and scattered the ashes long ago. Later, when Yu Xiaogang traveled the continent, Bibai Dong gave him a Spirit Hall Elder's token after she rose to power, allowing him to swindle people everywhere and enjoy superior treatment. Yu Xiaogang's life might have seemed pathetic, but in reality, he truly hadn't suffered much. He lacked the most basic reverence for the strong Lu Chen glanced at him indifferently. Heh! A wave of pressure was released, pressing down on Yu Xiaogang in an instant. Yu Xiaogang's face changed drastically, as if a great mountain was pressing on his shoulders. His legs gave way, and he knelt directly on the ground. It didn't end there. Under the immense pressure, Yu Xiaogang's body leaned forward, and with a thud, he fell flat on his face, sprawling on the ground. In fact, Lu Chen hadn't used much force at all, but Yu Xiaogang's strength was simply pathetic. Against a rank 29 spirit grandmaster, Lu Chen could easily pin Yu Xiaogang to the ground, unable to move, by slightly releasing his spirit power pressure. Yu Xiaogang struggled hard, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. Under Lu Chen's spirit power pressure, Even standing up was a mere pipe dream for Yu Xiaogang. Being pinned to the ground, Yu Xiaogang felt a great sense of humiliation. His Tang syndrome flared up. His eyes turned blood red, he breathed like a bull, and he roared with a hiss. Lu Chen, you show no respect for your elders. Have you forgotten that you are also a student of Nodding Academy? Lu Chen chuckled upon hearing this. What kind of elder are you? You're just a freeloader at Nodding Academy, squatting in your attic all day, doing who knows what. When it's time to eat, you're quite punctual in coming to the cafeteria. Other than that, you haven't even visited our classroom once. Lu Chen's words left Yu Xiaogang speechless. In the eyes of the arrogant Yu Xiaogang, those ordinary students weren't worth his teaching at all. It was simply a waste of time. Only a genius like Tang San was worthy of him sharing everything he knew. Nurturing 100 ordinary students was not as good as nurturing one genius student. Yu Xiaogang's original intention in teaching students was always to make himself thoroughly famous. Lu Chen's main purpose in coming here wasn't to humiliate Yu Xiaogang, so he didn't pay much attention to him. He then looked down and saw the 8-bone spurs extending from Tang San's back. Lu Chen's eyes immediately lit up, 8 spider lances. Tang San's luck really isn't bad. He still managed to obtain these 8 spider lances, but they haven't completely fused yet, so they can still be stripped away. It seems I'm not too late. To ensure Tang San wouldn't struggle and move around when the spirit bone was being stripped, Lu Chen's mind shifted, and about 1/10 of his spirit power pressure bore down on Tang San. This external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, only came from a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider spirit beast. It couldn't possibly withstand 1/10 of the spirit power pressure of a rank 95 super Douluo. The 8-bone spurs trembled violently. Accompanied by a series of creaks and cracks, the 8 bone spurs were pressed flat against the ground, and Tang San's body was also pinned down. Lu Chen floated down and landed on his feet, eyeing the spot on Tang San's back where the 8 bone spurs connected to his spine. His eyes narrowed as he swung the black iron sickle and stabbed down. The sharp blade of the black iron sickle sliced through Tang San's flesh like cutting through tofu, effortlessly causing blood to gush from his back. Lu Chen applied force with his hand, using a clever technique to guide the black iron sickle and begin stripping Tang San's 8 spider lances. Actually, Lu Chen was also surprised. He was stripping Tang San's 8 spider lances, yet Tang San showed no reaction, not even a struggle, let alone a scream. Lu Chen looked at Tang San's face. It was a purplish blue color, his lips were black, and his eyes were tightly shut. He was completely unconscious. If it weren't for his faint breathing, Lu Chen would have thought Tang San was already dead. Is Tang San poisoned? Surely not to this extent. The toxin of the man-faced demon spider actually messed him up like this. Lu Chen felt greatly disappointed. What a pity. Stripping his 8 spider lances, while Tang San is conscious, would have made him feel heart-wrenching pain. With him unconscious and unaware of the outside world, I don't feel the slightest bit of pleasure, even after stripping the 8 spider lances. Although Lu Chen felt it was a pity, the movements of his hands did not stop. He methodically used the black iron sickle to strip Tang San's 8 spider lances bit by bit. When Tang San woke up and realized what he had lost, he would feel that heart-wrenching pain all the same. In the distance, Yu Xiaogang, who was pinned to the ground, saw Lu Chen stripping Tang San's external spirit bone. Yu Xiaogang gnashed his teeth in rage, his body twisting incessantly in an attempt to crawl up from the ground. He shouted and screamed with a crazed expression. Stop. Stop it right now. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was like an impotent husband watching a brutal boss commit all sorts of violence against his delicate wife. As a mere rank 29 spirit grandmaster, Yu Xiaogang couldn't possibly break free from Lu Chen's spirit power pressure. He could only place his hopes on others. Yu Xiaogang looked to the left. Flender and teacher Lai Yusong were kneeling on the ground, looking incredibly humble. He roared, "Flender, Lai Yusong, are you blind? Can't you see that Lu Chen is stripping Tang San's external spirit bone? Stand up. Protect your student like men." Flender and teacher Lai Yusong were both filled with shame and lowered their heads deeply. having no intention of standing up at all. That was Tang San's external spirit bone, not theirs. They weren't about to throw their lives away for Tang San's external spirit bone. Disappointed, Yu Xiaogang turned his head to the right. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were huddled together, their faces pale as ghosts. The configuration of Lu Chen's spirit rings, 2 black and 1 red, terrified them. The horrifying pressure spreading out made them feel the urge to urinate and defecate simultaneously. If Lu Chen so much as glanced at them a few more times, they would likely lose control of their bowels. Yu Xiaogang continued to shout without giving up. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun. Tang San is in danger. As his classmates, can't you bravely stand up? Hearing this, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun all cursed Yu Xiaogang in their hearts, cursing 18 generations of his ancestors and scolding him to no end. You beast. You absolute beast. Yu Xiaogang wanted them, 1 spirit grandmaster and 2 spirit elders, to bare their teeth at a titled Douluo for the sake of a mere Tang San. Wasn't that just seeking death? Yu Xiaogang was in despair. He couldn't stand up himself, and Flender, teacher Lai Yusong, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were all unreliable. Was Tang San's external spirit bone really going to be lost? In utter desperation, Yu Xiaogang could only bring up that person. Lu Chen, do you know who Tang San's father is? It's the clear sky Douluo, Tang Hao. If you dare touch his son today, he will surely grind your body to powder and ensure you have no place to be buried in the future. Chapter 139. Tang San painfully loses the 8 spider lances. Yu Xiaogang's words did not make Lu Chen feel any fear. Instead, they caused a surge of unprecedented, chilling, killing intent to swell within his chest. He was no longer the young boy who could be bullied by anyone at will. Lu Chen's first spirit, the Blue-Silver Emperor, had already evolved into a divine rank spirit, possessing 9 spirit rings, 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. Although Lu Chen's second martial soul, the Black Iron Sickle, had only absorbed 3 spirit rings, the spirit abilities granted by the Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear, Dark Demonic Evil God Tiger, and Void Mantis were each more explosive than the last. Even Tang Hao in his peak would be unable to deal with Lu Chen. And the current Tang Hao was nothing more than an alcoholic riddled with old injuries, living in a daze. If he dared to appear before Lu Chen could easily take care of him. Thinking that he could finally avenge his great grievance, Lu Chen laughed excitedly. Yu Xiaogang, you better be true to your word. Remember to have Tang Hao come find me for revenge. I am very much looking forward to a fight with this former Clear Sky Douluo. As his voice fell, Lu Chen swung the Black Iron Sickle, cleanly and decisively stripping the 8 spider lances from Tang San's back. After the 8 spider lances were stripped away, Tang San's back was a bloody mess, with almost no intact skin visible. His aura also plummeted to rock bottom in a short amount of time. After all, the 8 spider lances had already grown into his bones, although they hadn't completely fused yet, being forcibly stripped away like this still damaged Tang San's foundation. Once those 8 bone spikes left Tang San's body, they began to shrink rapidly, soon becoming only the size of a palm. With a gentle hook of his Black Iron Sickle, Lu Chen lifted the 8 spider lances and reached out to grab the bloody external spirit bone in his hand. Lu Chen held the 8 spider lances and looked at that incompetent husband. No, incompetent teacher Yu Xiaogang. In his clear voice, there was a resonant and intense killing intent. Yu Xiaogang, after you find Tang Hao, tell him that I, Lu Chen, am waiting for him to come for revenge. After Lu Chen finished speaking, his gaze swept over the surroundings. Flender and teacher Lai Yusong were kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling violently, lacking even the courage to stand up and meet his eyes. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were even less worth mentioning. Under the pressure of the 100,000-year spirit ring, they were huddled together in a complete heap. If Lu Chen wanted to kill them, he could do it at any time. The key was still Tang Hao. If Yu Xiaogang could call Tang Hao over, then Lu Chen could settle the old scores with him properly. Once upon a time, Lu Chen had feared Tang Hao like a tiger. But now, after absorbing the spirit ring and spirit bone of the Void Mantis, Chen already had the confidence to confront Tang Hao. Feeling a bit of sentiment in his heart, Chen no longer paid any mind to these defeated dogs. He turned around and sped toward the Lake of Life in the core area of the Stardew Great Forest. Midway, Chen used an old cloth to wipe the blood off the 8 spider lances, silently pondering how to handle this external spirit bone. I've been away from the ice and fire yin-yang well for so long. Perhaps it's time to go back and take a look. I wonder how Big Brother Dugu and Yan Yan have been doing lately. I'll give this external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, to Yan Yan as a gift. She'll definitely be very happy. Afterward, Chen placed the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, into his storage soul guidance device. Returning to Yu Xiaogang and Flender's side, after Chen left, Yu Xiaogang, who had finally regained his freedom, had bloodshot eyes. He scrambled over to Tang San's side on all fours. Looking at Tang San's blood-drenched back, Yu Xiaogang gnashed his teeth in hatred. "Little San, wake up quickly. Damn you, Chen, don't get ahead of yourself. The clear sky Douluo will surely deal with you. Oscar, come quickly and detoxify Little San. Your paralyzing poison still has Little San unconscious." Yu Xiaogang rambled on quite a bit. Hearing the call, Oscar let go of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun with lingering fear. He had almost wet himself just now. Comparisons between people are truly disheartening. Both were in their teens, and both also had 3 spirit rings. Oscar had only absorbed 2 yellow spirit rings and 1 purple spirit ring. Chen had absorbed 2 black spirit rings and 1 red spirit ring. The pressure from that 10,000-year spirit ring and 100,000-year spirit ring still left Oscar feeling terrified. It wasn't until Chen left that he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's call, he ran to Yu Xiaogang and Tang San's side and activated his second spirit ability, the small detoxifying sausage. He produced 7 or 8 small detoxifying sausages. After feeding them to Tang San one by one, the greenish-purple hue on Tang San's face gradually faded. Without the effect of the paralysis emerald sausage, Tang San, feeling the burning pain on his back, groaned and woke up from his faint. He opened his eyes dizzily, and upon seeing Yu Xiaogang asked, "Teacher, did I succeed in absorbing the spirit ring? Why does my back hurt so much?" A forced, ugly smile appeared on Yu Xiaogang's face. "You succeeded, but some accidents occurred. Now is not the time to talk. Rest well first. Once we return to the academy, I will explain everything to you slowly." Tang San grimaced in pain. Hearing Yu Xiaogang say this, even though he was confused, he did not press further. At this time, Flender and Teacher Lai Yusong walked over. Teacher Lai Yusong took the initiative to carry Tang San on his back, while Flender patted Yu Xiaogang's shoulder. "Xiaogang, I'm sorry. It's not that I didn't want to help, but my legs simply wouldn't listen to me. They were so weak I couldn't even stand up. Chen is too terrifying. Although he only has 3 spirit rings, those 2 black ones and 1 red one were enough to crush me until I couldn't breathe. I simply didn't have the courage to fight him. Xiaogang, how about we just let it go? We can't beat Chen. Anyway, Tang San is still alive, and this isn't some blood feud. There's no need to be persistent." Yu Xiaogang was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He jumped up excitedly, dodging Flender's hand, and looked at Flender with bloodshot eyes. "Flender, you coward, where is the courage you had when you roamed the continent in your youth? Facing Chen, you were even scared into kneeling on the ground. Are you still the Flender I know?" Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Flender's old face turned red at the words. Being scared into kneeling on the ground made him feel exceptionally ashamed as well. But if he hadn't knelt down then, he would probably be a cold corpse by now. He also stiffened his neck and said, "Xiaogang, do you think I wanted to kneel to someone? That Chen is simply unimaginably terrifying. Look at his spirit ring configuration. 2 black spirit rings, 1 red spirit ring, and still 6 slots left. If he absorbs 6 more black spirit rings or even 6 more red spirit rings, what will his strength expand into? And you said his potential was exhausted, and it would be hard for him to improve further. Does this look like exhausted potential? Does this look like his strength won't improve? Xiaogang, we can't beat him. We have to accept our fate. Hearing this was like a bucket of cold water being poured over Yu Xiaogang. The growth path he had planned for Tang San was now being perfectly replicated on Lu Chen. In this situation, even Yu Xiaogang couldn't figure out exactly how Lu Chen had managed to break through to become a titled Douluo in just a few short years. In his heart, he felt incredibly unreconciled, resentful, and angry. There was even a faint trace of regret. If the disciple he had taken in back then had been Lu Chen instead of Tang San, with Lu Chen's growth speed, as Lu Chen's teacher, he would surely be famous across the continent by now. It was too late for any of that now. Yu Xiaogang's expression shifted uncertainly. He really wanted to find Tang Hao, but Tang Hao was elusive, and he didn't know where Tang Hao was hiding now. If he wanted revenge, there might be only one way left. Yu Xiaogang suddenly looked at Flender. Flender, you must know where Erlong is. Tell me quickly, no, take us to her. Lu Chen's strength is too terrifying. Once his second martial soul is augmented with 9 spirit rings, I'm afraid even the clear sky Douluo won't be his match. We must deal with him sooner. As long as we get Erlong's help and our golden triangle reunites, we will have the ability to confront a titled Douluo. Flender's expression changed, and he cried out in shock. Xiaogang, you want to involve Erlong too? No, absolutely not. I cannot watch Erlong step into a fire pit. Yu Xiaogang stared straight at Flender. You really do know where Erlong is. He reached out and gripped Flender's shoulders, his voice tinged with a hint of madness. Flender, do you know what Little San means to me? I have poured all my heart and soul into Little San. Now that Little San has been bullied like this, as his teacher, I cannot remain indifferent. If you're a brother, take us to Erlong now. You can rest assured that I won't take Erlong to risk her life against Lu Chen until we have sufficient certainty. With Erlong's help, we can train Tang San faster and simultaneously focus on finding the Clear Sky Douluo's whereabouts. With the Clear Sky Douluo's strength combined with our spirit fusion ability, do you really think we still can't deal with Lu Chen? A battle raged within Flender's heart. To be fair, he did not want to involve Liu Erlong. With Liu Erlong's fiery temper, as long as Yu Xiaogang made a request, she would surely risk her life against Lu Chen. Even if Flender had to die himself, he was unwilling to watch Liu Erlong die. She was the love of his life. Although the one he loved did not love him back, he was still willing to protect his beloved. However, Yu Xiaogang's words also made sense. As long as they made full preparations and invited the Clear Sky Douluo to help, along with their spirit fusion ability. Dealing with one Lu Chen shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Flender hadn't seen Liu Erlong in a long time. This might be a good opportunity for the three of them to reunite. Flender finally nodded. Then, all right, I'll take you to see Erlong. A sharp light shot from Yu Xiaogang's eyes. Liu Erlong would definitely not refuse him. In order to train Tang San faster and unleash the potential of his twin spirits, it seemed he would also have to find time to visit Spirit Hall. For Tang San, Yu Xiaogang was prepared to risk everything. Afterward, Yu Xiaogang, Flender, and teacher Lai Yusong carrying Tang San, along with Dai Mubai and the others, quickly left the Stardew Great Forest and rushed back toward Shrek Academy. Once they met up with Xiao Xin and Lu Kibin and brought along the unconscious Zhao Wuji, they would be ready to head to Heaven Dew City. Chapter 140. Encountering the 3 Kyanjun Ant Brothers Stardew Great Forest. Lu Chen was rushing towards the depths of the forest when his expression suddenly changed. His mental force perceived some abnormalities, and curious, Lu Chen immediately rushed over to investigate. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at the destination. He floated in the sky, looking at the calm ground in front of him, and released his mental force to probe underground. In this part of the forest, the ground looked unremarkable, but underground, it was crisscrossed like an underground maze. At this moment, in the underground maze, a group of spirit beasts were fighting fiercely, and the spirit beasts killing each other were of the same species, Thousand-Jun ants. This was a type of insect spirit beast, extremely weak in nature. Its status among spirit beasts was equivalent to the status of blue-silver grass before other plants. A single 1,000-jun ant could be easily killed even by an ordinary person without spirit power. Therefore, 1,000-jun ants always moved in groups, but if one looked down on the 1,000-jun ants because of this, they would be greatly mistaken. The 1,000-jun ant had a powerful talent. It could leverage its talent to pry objects more than 10 times its own body weight. If it weren't for the fact that the 1,000-jun ant's body size was too small, even an adult 1,000-jun ant was only the size of an adult's palm, they would definitely be able to become overlords of the Stardew Great Forest. This was a nest of 1,000-jun ants. At this moment, a large number of palm-sized 1,000-jun ants were constantly rushing out of the nest, like moths to a flame, besieging 3 large 1,000-jun ants that were a full meter long. The gap in strength between the two sides was extremely obvious. Those ordinary 1,000-jun ants were only 10-year spirit beasts or 100-year spirit beasts, and those 3 large 1,000-jun ants were all 10,000-year spirit ring spirit beasts, each possessing 30,000 years of cultivation. Facing the siege of ordinary 1,000-jun ants, the 3 30,000-year large 1,000-jun ants slaughtered them easily, like cutting through dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Through his mental force, Chen watched these 3 large 1,000-jun ants slaughter hundreds of ordinary 1,000-jun ants in less than 10 minutes and charge into the depths of this 1,000-jun ant nest. Deep in the nest was the residence of the Kyanjun ant queen. Compared to ordinary 1,000-jun ants, the Kyanjun ant queen was several times larger, possessing an incomparably huge rear, inside which countless 1,000-jun ant eggs were being gestated. Moreover, the cultivation of the Kyanjun ant queen was far superior to that of ordinary 1,000-jun ants. For example, this Kyanjun ant queen possessed over 25,000 years of cultivation. Although her cultivation was high, the Kyanjun ant queen was not good at fighting at all. Facing the 3 large 1,000-jun ants that had rushed into the depths of the nest, the Kyanjun ant queen was terrified and sent out her entourage of personal guards, 10 elite 1,000-jun ants with 3,000 to 5,000 years of cultivation, but it was useless. Although these 10,000-jun ants were elite, that was only in comparison to ordinary 1,000-jun ants. Facing the 3 30,000-year large 1,000-jun ants, the resistance of the 10 elite 1,000-jun ants appeared so powerless and fragile. In an instant, the 10 elite 1,000-jun ants were torn to pieces by the 3 large 1,000-jun ants. With the loss of this last defensive force, the Kyanjun ant queen became fish on the chopping block. Apart from screeching in terror, she no longer had any ability to resist. The 3 large 1,000-jun ants each grinned viciously, pounced on the Kyanjun ant queen, tore her to pieces with extreme brutality, and then devoured her completely. Ordinary 1,000-jun ants did not have much energy. However, the Kyanjun ant queen, bearing the responsibility of gestating offspring, was the hope of the 1,000-jun ant colony and contained extremely vigorous energy. After the 3 large 1,000-jun ants devoured the Kyanjun ant queen completely, faint golden light radiated from the surface of their bodies, and their internal cultivation began to grow significantly. They roared excitedly and then fell asleep in this 1,000-jun ant nest, fully digesting the massive energy of the Kyanjun ant queen. Chen, who witnessed all of this through his mental force, had a certain guess about the identity of these 3 large 1,000-jun ants. Looking at this situation, these 3 large 1,000-jun ants are the 3 Kyanjun ant emperors from the original plot. They were originally ordinary 1,000-jun ants, but after being abandoned, they turned evil. They first devoured the Kyanjun ant queen of their own colony, not only recovering from all their injuries, but also improving their strength. After that, they constantly attacked other 1,000-jun ant colonies, devouring more and more Kyanjun ant queens, and finally grew into 3 90,000-year 1,000-jun ant emperors. Tang San killed the 3 Kyanjun ant brothers and absorbed 3 90,000-year spirit rings simultaneously. Under the mutual influence of the 3 spirit rings, they all transformed into 100,000-year spirit rings. 300,000-year spirit rings. Isn't this exactly what I want? It's a pity that it's still too early. The three Kyanjun ant brothers from the original plot are currently only large 1,000-jun ants with 30,000 years of cultivation. According to the timeline, it will take at least 10 years for the 3,000-jun ants with 30,000 years of cultivation to become 1,000-jun ant emperors with 90,000 years of cultivation. This speed of improvement is already very fast, increasing their cultivation by 60,000 years each in just 10 years. But it is still too slow for me. I cannot wait 10 years to absorb the spirit rings of the three Kyanjun ant brothers. I must find a way to accelerate the growth speed of the three large 1,000-jun ants. Unfortunately, 1,000-jun ants are not plant spirit beasts, so my blue-silver domains all rivers run to sea cannot be applied to them. Chen couldn't help but frown and ponder deeply. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he already had an idea in his mind. My blue-silver domains all rivers run to sea can only be applied to plants, not to animals. Then, I will first cultivate plant-type immortal herbs, and then feed the immortal herbs to the three Kyanjun ant brothers. Through the medicinal power of the immortal herbs, I will accelerate the growth of the three Kyanjun ant brothers. If possible, I will directly cultivate the three Kyanjun ant brothers into 100,000-year spirit beasts. A 90,000-year spirit ring transforming into a 100,000-year spirit ring can only provide one skill, whereas an innate 100,000-year spirit ring can provide two skills. Let's do it. I'll return to the Lake of Life first, take Xiao Wu and Zhuking with me, and then go back to the Heaven Dew Empire to settle Xiao Wu and Zhuking at the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy. Then I will go to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well in the Sunset Forest to visit Big Brother Dugu and Yan Yan, and at the same time look for immortal herbs suitable for improving the cultivation of spirit beasts. Using the blue-silver domains, all rivers run to sea to accelerate the growth of such immortal herbs. After making his decision, Chen released his mental force and placed a mental mark on the bodies of the three Kyanjun ant brothers to ensure that he could find them at any time. Afterwards, Chen rushed to the Lake of Life, sending Xiao Wu and Zhuking to the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy was something Chen had already decided upon. After all, Xiao Wu and Zhuking were only 11 or 12 years old, and their cultivation was between Spirit Grandmaster and Spirit Elder. They needed to be in an advanced Spirit Master Academy to receive more comprehensive training. In addition, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well was the backyard of Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan. Chen could not take others to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well without their consent. Chapter 141, Century-Old Blood-Drained Torso Bone Lake of Life. When Chen returned here, the sky was already bright, and the Lake of Life was shimmering with sparkling waves under the sunlight. Thin mist rose, ethereal like a fairyland on earth. Xiao Wu and Zhuking had also finished their night of cultivate and were currently cooperating to make breakfast: roasted mushrooms, wild vegetable soup, and some freshly picked fruits made for a very sumptuous breakfast. After Chen returned, he ate breakfast with Xiao Wu and Zhuking and took the opportunity to ask about their respective improvements. After half a month of cultivate, Xiao Wu had already broken through from level 29 spirit power to level 30 spirit power, and had condensed her third spirit ring herself, becoming a 3-ring spirit elder. And the spirit ability of her third spirit ring was the same as in the original plot, teleportation. As for Zhuking, she also increased her spirit power by 1 level, breaking through from level 27 spirit power to level 28 spirit power. During this period, Zhuking had been carrying the Evil God Pearl close to her body, which indeed greatly increased her cultivate speed. This made Zhuking even more grateful to Chen. Such a precious Evil God Pearl had actually been lent to her so casually. After learning about these situations, Chen also praised them a few words. "Not bad, both of you have made significant improvements." Xiao Wu, congratulations on becoming a spirit elder. Keep up the good work. Once you break through to level 70 spirit power and become a spirit saint, you will truly take human form. Zhuking, congratulations to you two on breaking through one level of spirit power. Level 28 spirit power is not far from level 30. Keep it up. When you break through to level 30 spirit power, I will personally take you to hunt spirit beasts. Hearing these words, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking revealed joyful smiles. Subsequently, Lu Chen also stated his plans. Xiao Wu Zhuking, I came to the Stardew Great Forest to add a spirit ring to my second martial soul. Now, there are no suitable spirit beasts left in the Stardew Great Forest. Although I had my eye on the 3,000 Jun ants, their age is insufficient. For the time being, I plan to leave the Stardew Great Forest and return to human society for a period of time. You two don't have any problems leaving with me, right? As long as Lu Chen didn't have designs on Da Ming or Ming, Xiao Wu didn't really care about other spirit beasts. She nodded without hesitation. No problem, boss Lu Chen. We will definitely follow you wherever you go. Right, Zhuking? Zhu Zhuking's eyes, like cold springs, looked at Lu Chen without blinking, and she nodded slightly, saying firmly, yes. They reached a consensus very easily. It only took a moment for them to pack their things, and with the farewells of the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, they quickly rushed towards the outside of the Stardew Great Forest. They passed through the core area and the mixed zone all the way, arriving at the outer area. It was strange to say, but in the core area and the mixed zone, Lu Chen and the others didn't encounter any spirit beast attacks. Instead, after arriving at the outer area, they suddenly heard a buzzing sound. Zhu Zhuking stopped, her body leaning slightly forward, her hands curled into claws, adopting a ready-to-strike posture, her gaze scanning the surroundings vigilantly. What is that sound? Zhu Zhuking was a young miss of the Zhu family in the Star Luo Empire and lacked experience spending nights in the wild, so she was very unfamiliar with this sound. As a 100,000-year soft bones rabbit who had taken human form, Xiao Wu had grown up in the Stardew Great Forest since she was young, and she was not unfamiliar with this sound at all. Xiao Wu's small face tightened, and her gaze subconsciously looked towards the shadows of the forest. It's the sound of blood-sucking demon mosquitoes, a very annoying type of small demonic beast. They aren't big, only the size of an infant's fist, and their strength is also very weak, but they always appear in swarms. A swarm of blood-sucking demon mosquitoes composed of 10-year spirit beasts and century-old spirit beasts is something even some millennium spirit beasts are unwilling to provoke. Because once targeted by blood-sucking demon mosquitoes, even a millennium spirit beast will be drained of all its blood and die in a short period of time. Just as Xiao Wu's voice fell, from the shadows of the distant forest, a dark, oppressive cloud flew out. Looking closely, one would discover that the cloud was actually hundreds or thousands of blood-sucking demon mosquitoes. Each blood-sucking demon mosquito was the size of an infant's fist, and their ferocious, sharp proboscises glinted with a faint cold light. They swooped towards Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuking, seemingly treating them as prey, wanting to absorb their blood. These blood-sucking demon mosquitoes had absolutely no brains. Any millennium or 10,000-year spirit beast with even a bit of sense, upon sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Lu Chen that made people shudder, would absolutely not dare to come out and provoke them. It was only these blood-sucking demon mosquitoes. Apart from their desire for blood drain, they had no intelligence at all. Upon discovering Lu Chen and the others, they rushed out impatiently. Seeing such a large number of blood-sucking demon mosquitoes, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking were startled. But thinking that Lu Chen was by their side, they naturally relaxed again. Both women looked at Lu Chen, expecting to see how he would handle it. The blood-sucking demon mosquitoes were too weak, so Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to summon his spirit or use a spirit ability. With just a thought, a terrifying pressure that felt almost tangible erupted from his body, crushing towards the swarm of blood-sucking demon mosquitoes. Pop, 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 it sounded like a series of firecrackers. Under the pressure of Lu Chen's spirit power, those blood-sucking demon mosquitoes all exploded, leaving only clusters of blood mist drifting away. In less than the time of a single breath, hundreds or thousands of blood-sucking demon mosquitoes were crushed to death by Lu Chen's spirit power pressure. Lu Chen didn't take this to heart. After resolving the trouble, he said to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, "Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, let's continue on our way." But before he could finish speaking, Lu Chen noticed something unusual and looked again at the clusters of exploded blood mist. The blood mist that should have drifted away was actually not dispersing, and even had a tendency to gather towards the center. This greatly surprised Lu Chen. As those clusters of blood mist gradually gathered, the color of the blood mist became increasingly vibrant, and it even emitted a not weak energy fluctuation. Lu Chen had eaten the looking through autumn water dew, and he had the ability to see through all kinds of wonders. At this moment, his eyes shot out a beam of light, piercing through the gathering blood mist, and he saw a torso spirit bone condensing. A swarm of weak and pathetic blood-sucking demon mosquito spirit beasts could actually condense a spirit bone, and it was an extremely precious torso spirit bone. This was truly too surprising. Lu Chen suddenly thought that in the setting of the Douluo Continent, if one slaughtered a large number of the same spirit beast in a short period of time, it was possible to condense a spirit bone due to energy resonance. These hundreds or thousands of blood-sucking demon mosquitoes were crushed to death by Lu Chen's spirit power pressure in a single instant. This triggered this hidden condition, causing the blood mist that exploded after their deaths to not disperse, gradually gather, and finally fuse into a torso spirit bone. Chapter 142. Space Mark. Once every last trace of blood mist had been completely absorbed by the torso spirit bone, the torso spirit bone was fully formed. It drifted slowly in midair, emitting a faint blood-colored glow. Seeing that torso spirit bone, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise in unison, "Spirit bone." Lu Chen walked over and grabbed the torso spirit bone in his hand. This was a 100-year spirit bone, condensed after the death of hundreds of blood-sucking demon mosquitoes. Because its quality was very ordinary, the torso spirit bone was relatively incomplete, which also significantly reduced its actual value. Lu Chen released a wisp of mental force and probed into the torso spirit bone, which immediately responded. As long as Lu Chen was willing, this spirit bone could immediately fuse into his body. However, Lu Chen would never fuse with a 100-year torso spirit bone. He used his mental force to investigate and quickly figured out the spirit ability of this spirit bone: blood drain. It absorbed the blood of humans or spirit beasts, extracting about 1% of the energy to fuse into one's own spirit power, thereby increasing one's cultivation. This energy conversion efficiency was simply outrageously low. As expected, a 100-year spirit bone, even if it was a torso spirit bone, could not change the fact that it was a piece of trash. Lu Chen turned around, holding the 100-year blood-drained torso bone in his hand, and introduced it to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. "It seems our luck is truly good. A group of 10-year and 100-year blood-sucking demon mosquito spirit beasts died simultaneously and actually managed to condense a spirit bone. This is a 100-year torso bone with a spirit ability called blood drain. Its quality is too poor. I don't intend to absorb it, nor do I plan to give it to you to absorb. We will definitely encounter more powerful spirit bones in the future. A 100-year spirit bone will only lower our potential." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were both proud daughters of heaven. A 100-year spirit bone was not enough to tempt them. Xiao Wu nodded and said, "Boss Lu Chen, I understand what you mean. You should keep this 100-year spirit bone for now. If you need money in the future, just sell it. It's just a 100-year spirit bone. I don't want my future achievements to be constrained by it." Zhu Zhuqing also withdrew her gaze from the torso bone without any attachment. "I think so too." Seeing that Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were not tempted by this 100-year torso bone, Lu Chen felt relieved and stored it in his storage soul guidance device. He did not intend to use this 100-year blood-drained torso bone for his own people. It would be a very good choice for scamming others. For example, Tang San, Tang Hao and Yu Zhaogang had high hopes for Tang San. If they knew that Tang San had only absorbed a 100-year torso bone, they would be so angry they would vomit blood. Moreover, the spirit ability of this spirit bone was blood drain. If Tang San couldn't control his greed in the future, he would inevitably walk the path of an evil spirit master, accelerating his own cultivation by absorbing the blood of humans or spirit beasts. Thinking of this, Chen had already decided how to use this 100-year blood-drained torso bone. Afterward, he looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, smiled, and said, "Let's continue on our way. This is the outer perimeter of the Stardew Great Forest. We will be able to leave the Stardew Great Forest soon." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing responded and followed Chen out of the Stardew Great Forest. After leaving the Stardew Great Forest, they arrived at a small town outside the forest, paid to rent a carriage, and drove north toward Heaven Dew City. Chen could fly, and he could certainly take Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to Heaven Dew City in a few days by flying. There was, of course, a reason why he chose to travel by carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Chen had time to research mental force and space power, combining the two to try and condense a space mark. Watching Chen daze all day, actually, he was in his mental sea, researching the fusion of mental force and space power. Xiao Wu could finally no longer suppress her curiosity and asked with a puzzled face, "Boss Chen, what are you dazing about all day? You don't even talk to me or Zhuqing." Chen came back to his senses upon hearing this. He looked at Xiao Wu, then at Zhu Zhuqing, smiled slightly, and explained, "I'm not dazing, I'm researching the fusion of mental force and space power. You can understand it as a self-created spirit ability. I want to try to condense a space mark. My second martial soul's third spirit ring has two spirit abilities, Space Rending Slash and Space Slash, as you both know. Space Slash can tear through space, allowing me to travel through it. In theory, I can go anywhere by traversing space. The space mark I want to condense is to assist the Space Slash spirit ability. For example, if I leave a space mark on you, no matter where you go, I will be able to tear through space and quickly come to your side. After we go into human society, we can't always be stuck together all the time. With this space mark, even if you encounter danger, I can reach your side in the shortest amount of time." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes both lit up with brilliance. They realized that Chen was attempting to condense the space mark out of consideration for their safety. Their strength was too weak. Staying by Chen's side all the time would surely hold him back, but leaving them elsewhere made Chen worry about their safety. That was why he wanted to use the space mark to conveniently reach their side at any time. Chen's intentions were also well-meaning. He couldn't keep Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing tied to his side forever. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing needed to cultivate, fight, eat, and sleep. Chen wouldn't be there all the time, but he could arrive at any moment. Xiao Wu wiped her mouth with her hand, made a zipping motion, and then sat down next to Zhu Zhuqing. "Boss Chen, you continue, we won't disturb you." After Chen chuckled, his gaze became dazed again. His mind had sunk into his mental sea to continue researching the fusion of mental force and space power. He had consumed the Looking Through Autumn Water Dew, which made his mental force surpass that of an average titled Douluo, and he had a spatial skull bone, which made him exceptionally sensitive to space power. Regarding the fusion of mental force and space power, Chen made rapid progress, which could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. The space mark that Chen envisioned was actually a spatial coordinate. It was not difficult to research. After about 10 days, Chen successfully fused mental force and space power and developed a space mark in the shape of a blue-silver emperor. After the research was successful, Chen placed a blue-silver emperor-shaped space mark on the wrists of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. It was convenient for him to sense the location coordinates of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing at any time. At the same time, in an emergency, if Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing injected spirit power into the space mark, it would also allow Lu Chen to sense it. It must be said that Lu Chen had placed his exclusive mark on both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, and both of them were quite happy about it. Chapter 143. Meeting the three committee members again after traveling for some time, Lu Chen arrived at the Diao province with Xiao Wu and Zhuqing, reaching the main gate of the Heavendu Imperial Academy. Lu Chen had already placed a spatial mark on Xiao Wu and Zhuqing. As long as Lu Chen wished, he could tear through space at any time and appear by their side. Therefore, Lu Chen was not worried about them encountering any danger. Although the Heavendu Imperial Academy recruited students of varying quality, with the support of the Heavendu Imperial family, it was undoubtedly the top-tier location for Cultivate. Leveraging the resources of the Heavendu Imperial Academy could also accelerate the growth speed of Xiao Wu and Zhuqing. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhuqing arrived at the main gate of the Heavendu Imperial Academy and were immediately stopped by two squads of guards. Due to the special nature of the Heavendu Imperial Academy, the Heavendu Imperial family had specially dispatched guards to stand watch, specifically to prevent any petty scoundrels from storming the academy and harming its students. After being stopped, Lu Chen did not intend to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, that trope of being looked down upon by others, and then exposing one's identity to slap their faces. Although it was very satisfying, it was too cliché. As a dignified titled Douluo, he couldn't be bothered to entangle himself too much with these guards, so he directly unleashed his own aura, intending to draw out the three committee members. Committee member Meng Shenji, Committee member Bai Baishan, and Committee member Zhai Lin, boom. The aura of a titled Douluo spread out, truly earth-shattering and causing the winds and clouds to change color. The two squads of guards on duty all had their expressions change drastically. As if facing the monstrous ferocity of 100,000-year spirit beast, those guards trembled all over, their eyes filled with fear, and they all collapsed to the ground, making thumping sounds. The next moment, inside the Heavendu Imperial Academy, three white-haired figures wearing black robes leaped quickly toward the main gate. These three people were none other than the three committee members of the Heavendu Imperial Academy. They had sensed the aura of a titled Douluo and immediately dropped what they were doing, rushing toward the source of the aura. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly. His goal had been achieved. Saving some meaningless steps, he had drawn out the three committee members of the Heavendu Imperial Academy in less than a minute. The three committee members rushed out of the school gate, coordinating tacitly to stand in a triangular formation, surrounding Lu Chen and his companions in the middle. Committee member Meng Shenji looked vigilant, his gaze sizing up Lu Chen from top to bottom. He was both surprised by Lu Chen's youth and suspicious of Lu Chen's purpose. He spoke in a deep voice. "Who are you, Your Excellency? What is your purpose in coming to our Heavendu Imperial Academy?" "I believe you, Your Excellency, should understand the significance of the Heavendu Imperial Academy to the Heavendu Empire. Even if you are a titled Douluo, if you want to storm the Heavendu Imperial Academy, then there will be no place for you in the entire Heavendu Empire." Lu Chen's gaze swept over committee member Meng Shenji, committee member Bai Baishan, and committee member Zhai Lin, and he chuckled. "Three committee members, long time no see. My name is Lu Chen. It is normal that you don't recognize me. When I first met you, I gave a fake name, Lan Chen. I have come to the Heavendu Imperial Academy without any malicious intent. I simply want to send two friends in to cultivate. Unleashing my aura was just to draw the three of you out. I apologize for causing some trouble." Hearing this, the three committee members widened their eyes. They looked at Lu Chen, dumbfounded, and said in unison with disbelief, "You are Lan Chen." Committee member Meng Shenji felt his mouth go dry. Past memories surfaced in his mind one after another, giving him the illusion that he was still in a dream. Lu Chen, Lan Chen. 3 years ago, you were only a level 69 Spirit Emperor. After just 3 years, how could you possibly become a titled Douluo? But that aura doesn't seem fake. Am I still not awake? No. Committee member Meng Shenji slapped his own face. With a loud slap, he felt the burning pain on his face, and finally confirmed that this was not a dream. Then, he looked at Lu Chen with a complex expression. I don't care if you are Lu Chen or Lan Chen. Our Heavendu Imperial Academy cannot take you in, nor your friends. Lu Chen, the fact that you are a beast-to-human transformation has spread across the entire continent. Spirit Hall still has a bounty on you. Now, all forces on the continent, the upper 3 sects, the lower 3 sects, and the various great spirit master family, all wish to kill you to obtain your spirit ring and spirit bone. Even if you have become a titled Douluo and are no different from a human, those forces that have determined you are a beast-to-human transformation will definitely still come to cause you trouble. Lu Chen, let me point you in a clear direction. The Crown Prince has always wanted to recruit you. If you can join under the Crown Prince, with his protection, perhaps you will be able to truly settle down. I, Committee Member Bai Baoshan, and Committee Member Zhai Lin, although we hold high positions and are responsible for the daily affairs of the Heavendu Imperial Academy, we cannot make decisions on your matter on our own. You should go. Today, we will pretend we never saw you. You can continue to hide your identity. If you change your mind, go find the Crown Prince. Lu Chen's expression darkened, not directed at Committee Member Meng Shenji, Committee Member Bai Baoshan, or Committee Member Zhai Lin, but at Bibai Dong of Spirit Hall. Bibai Dong slandered him as a beast-to-human transformation and put a bounty on him across the entire continent. The impact this caused him was even greater than he had imagined. He wanted to send 2 friends into the Heavendu Imperial Academy, and the Heavendu Imperial Academy was actually unwilling to take them in. Lu Chen looked at committee member Meng Shenji and the others again. These 3 committee members were not bad. They were even helping him think of a way out. He did not intend to make things difficult for these 3 committee members. It seems that if he wants to roam the continent openly, this slander of being a beast-to-human transformation must be cleared up as soon as possible. If he were to explain it to everyone one by one, it would be too troublesome. Lu Chen had a better idea. Immediately, Lu Chen said confidently, 3 committee members, I am not a beast-to-human transformation. This is a slander against me by Spirit Hall. I also understand your difficulties. Since that is the case, I will come to visit again after my identity has been clarified. After the words fell, Lu Chen stretched out his hands, picked up Xiao Wu, and juking one on each side, and his figure instantly rose into the air, sweeping toward the distant sky. Committee member Meng Shenji and the others watched Lu Chen rising into the air and were once again dumbfounded. Lu Chen had indeed broken through to become a titled Douluo. If he were not a titled Douluo, he would definitely not possess the ability to fly. Xiao Wu, who was held in Lu Chen's arms, looked at Lu Chen and said worriedly, Boss Lu Chen, what do you plan to do now? A fierce look rose between Lu Chen's brows. One word, kill. I will use a battle that shocks the continent to announce my existence to all the forces on the continent. While clarifying my identity, I can also slap Spirit Hall hard in the face. They have been spreading everywhere that I am a beast-to-human transformation, but it turns out I am a dignified human. Spirit Hall and Bibai Dong, they will definitely lose face. In addition, I also want to settle some old scores. I will not let go of a single one of the people who attacked me back then. I will wrong you temporarily. Go into my portable space first. Ning Fengzhai of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, they have ambushed and killed me before. This time, I will use their blood to wash away the slander against me. All grievances will be settled this time. After finishing, Lu Chen moved his mind and the space around him rippled. The moment Xiao Wu and Zhuking, who were originally held in his arms, came into contact with the spatial ripples, they instantly disappeared from where they were, having been sent into another space. This was one of the 2 skills of Lu Chen's Void Mantis skull, portable space. Having settled Xiao Wu and Zhuking, Lu Chen flew toward the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengzhai, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo were already on his must-kill list. Killing them this time would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. First, it was to avenge the grudge from back then. Second, the deaths of Ning Fengzhai, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo would shock the entire continent, and he would be able to clarify his identity in the shortest possible time. As for Spirit Hall, having spread the word about the beast-to-human transformation for more than a year, only to find out it was a dignified human, Chen felt happy just thinking about how livid Bibai Dong, who issued this bounty, would be. Chapter 144. Attacking the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After the incident with Douluo Dalu last time, the strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School suffered a massive blow. Over 300 spirit masters were poisoned to death, and more than 500 others were poisoned and then cured, but ultimately suffered damaged foundations, making it difficult for them to achieve significant improvements for the rest of their lives. For the past 2 years, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had been very low-key, through Ning Fengzhai's painstaking management and constant spending to recruit loose cultivator spirit masters. Now, the number of spirit masters in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had recovered to its peak state, with about 5,000 spirit masters in total, including core disciples, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples. With the sect's strength basically restored, Ning Fengzhai became restless again. Recently, he was planning to make a big move to restore the prestige of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Previously, Ning Fengzhai and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had suffered a huge defeat at the hands of Chen and Douluo Dalu, losing both face and substance, and becoming a laughingstock in the spirit master's world. Ning Fengzhai valued the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School extremely highly, so he naturally would not allow the sect to remain shamed. Before Ning Fengzhai had even decided what big move to make to restore the prestige of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chen came looking for them. A clear voice descended from the sky, resounding mightily throughout the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengzhai, Gu Rong, Chen Xin, come out and die. I have come to settle the debt of the ambush from back then today. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was in an uproar. Who was this, so bold, to come to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to cause trouble, and even dare to call Ning Fengzhai, Gu Rong, and Chen Xin by their names? Ning Fengzhai was the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while Gu Rong and Chen Xin were the protectors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. One a super Douluo with rank 95 spirit power, and the other a super Douluo with rank 96 spirit power. Even Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong of Spirit Hall would have to weigh her options when facing the three of them, and would be polite on the surface, never calling them by their names directly. Now, the owner of this voice not only called them by their names but also ordered Ning Fengzhai, Gu Rong, and Chen Xin to come out and die. This made the spirit masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School feel as if they were dreaming. Main Hall. Ning Fengzhai stood up from the chair behind his desk, his face gloomy. His usual gentleness was completely discarded at this moment. This kind of provocation at his doorstep stung Ning Fengzhai's nerves. If he could not suppress it with thunderous means, he feared the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would once again become a laughingstock. Just then, Chen Xin and Gu Rong also arrived at the main hall. Chen Xin spoke with a solemn expression. Fengzhai, the person provoking us is a titled Douluo. His aura is not weak. At the very least, he is a super Douluo. He is currently in the sky above the sect. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has certainly made its fair share of enemies, but surely we haven't offended a powerhouse at the level of a super Douluo, have we? He said we have a debt of ambush with him. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. Should we strike directly or figure out the situation first? Gu Rong let out a cold snort, his expression mocking. The other party has already come to our doorstep to provoke us. What is there to talk about? Regardless of whether there is a misunderstanding, and regardless of whether the other party is a super Douluo, we must make him stay today. The dignified Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Chen Xin, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your martial soul is the Seven Kill Sword, the most powerful attack-type martial soul on the continent. Why have you become increasingly hesitant, to the point where you have to think twice, even before drawing your sword? Chen Zin's eyes dimmed. His 7-kill sword had indeed become increasingly sluggish. Ever since he lost to Douluo, the weakest, titled Douluo, he had lost his once indomitable sword heart. In the past, he would dare to draw his sword and charge at any enemy. But now, he actually needed to hesitate. Undoubtedly, it was because his sword heart was tarnished. Ning Fengjai did not want to discuss this issue in depth. He immediately stood up and said with a cold expression, "Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, our 7-treasure glazed tile school is the second sect on the continent. Since someone has come to attack us, we should go out and see, lest they think we are afraid." After Ning Fengjai gave the order, Gu Rong and Chen Zin immediately complied. Chen Zin in the lead, Gu Rong grabbing Ning Fengjai behind, the three of them flew out of the gate and soared into the high sky. At this moment, Ning Fengjai, Chen Zin, and Gu Rong finally saw Lu Chen's true appearance. Although Lu Chen was tall, his face was far too young. It shocked Ning Fengjai, Chen Zin, and Gu Rong. Such a young titled Douluo had never appeared on the continent before. Tang Hao, who was once known as the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, had only become a titled Douluo at the age of 44. Ning Fengjai knitted his sword-like brows, sized Lu Chen up, and asked, "Who is your excellency? We have never met before, have we? You said we ambushed you, how come we don't remember?" Lu Chen stood in the sky, his gaze sweeping over Ning Fengjai, Chen Zin, and Gu Rong, killing intent rising in his eyes, and said with an indifferent tone, "Sect Master Ning is truly forgetful. I have never forgotten the scene north of Jiling Pass, where you led Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to ambush me and Brother Dugu. By the way, at that time, I was called Lan Chen. You used a 50,000-year human-faced demon spider spirit bone to resolve the enmity with Brother Dugu, but I never received any compensation from you. Today, I have come to seek revenge. It is only right and proper." Hearing this, the expressions of Ning Fengjai, Chen Zin, and Gu Rong changed simultaneously, and they looked at Lu Chen with disbelief. Ning Fengjai shook his head repeatedly. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if you are a beast-to-human transformation, your cultivation speed cannot be this absurd. How much time has passed? It hasn't even been 3 years yet. How could you possibly have become a titled Douluo?" Gu Rong was shocked at first, but soon revealed a greedy expression. "Fengjai, he is Lan Chen, the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor spirit beast transformation. Spirit beasts are the common enemy of us human spirit masters. Now that Dugu Bo is not by his side, he is just an auxiliary titled Douluo. It is impossible for him to be our match. Kill him and extract his spirit ring and spirit bone. Even if we cannot use the spirit ring, we can all use his 100,000-year spirit bone. We could even leave it for Rongrong, using a 100,000-year spirit bone to lay the most solid foundation for Rongrong." What is there to hesitate about? Hearing Gu Rong say this, Ning Fengjai's eyes flickered, and he revealed a righteous expression. "You are a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor transformation. This was certified by Spirit Hall itself. Did we kill you wrongly? There has never been a possibility of peaceful coexistence between spirit beasts and humans. You, a transformed spirit beast, infiltrated our human society. You must have some ulterior motive. We are killing you to prevent you from subverting our human society. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, get ready to attack. I will provide you with buffs." Lu Chen laughed out loud after hearing this, and he deliberately used his spirit power to let his voice spread far and wide. "From beginning to end, I have never admitted that I am a beast-to-human transformation. I have always been a dignified human. The 100,000-year blue-silver emperor transformation. That was dirty water splashed on me because Spirit Hall was jealous of my talent. Now, let me show you whether I am truly a dignified human." As soon as the words fell, Lu Chen raised his hand and grabbed. A burst of black light erupted from his body, rapidly gathering in his hand. Within a few breaths, the black light condensed into a 2-meter-long black iron sickle. And at Lu Chen's feet, black, and red spirit rings rose one after another, pulsing rhythmically on his body. 2 10,000-year spirit rings and 100,000-year spirit ring. The pressure spread, and the surrounding air became incomparably viscous. Ning Fengzhai had the weakest strength, so he felt a suffocation immediately, as if a great mountain was pressing on his shoulders. Chen Xin and Gu Rong were both super Douluo, and although they felt considerable pressure, it only made their expressions look ugly. Ning Fengzhai screamed, losing his composure. Black, black, red, what kind of spirit ring configuration is this? How could anyone successfully absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring as their first spirit ring? And your martial soul, isn't it the blue-silver emperor? Why did it turn into this strange scythe? Lu Chen explained indifferently. It's very simple, because I have 2 martial souls. That blind Bibai Dong saw my martial soul was the blue-silver emperor, so she said I was a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor transformation. My second martial soul is the black iron sickle. Surely Bibai Dong cannot say I am a 100,000-year black iron sickle transformation. Chapter 145. Chen Xin's severed arm. Ning Fengzhai's expression was dull. Chen Xin and Gu Rong were also too shocked to speak. The shock Lu Chen had brought them was too great, thinking about Lu Chen's cultivate speed, why it was so fast, and how he could break through to title Douluo in just a few short years. That no longer had any meaning. The talent Lu Chen displayed made even Ning Fengzhai feel terrified. He had never regretted his attempt to intercept Lu Chen. He only regretted not acting sooner, which allowed Lu Chen to live until now and become a major threat to them. Ning Fengzhai's originally gentle and refined face was now left with only a sinister, predatory look. The killing intent in his heart had never been as intense as it was now. If gazes could kill, Lu Chen would have already been torn to pieces. Ning Fengzhai instantly summoned his spirit. A 7-story 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda condensed out of thin air before him. The pagoda bloomed with 7-colored light, emitting an incomparable aura of nobility and treasure. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. A total of 7 spirit rings rose beneath his feet. The next instant, all 7 spirit rings flashed simultaneously. 7th spirit ability, 7 treasures true body. 7 treasures glazed tile has a name, the first is power. 7 treasures glazed tile has a name, the second is agility. 7 treasures glazed tile has a name, the third is spirit. 7 treasures glazed tile has a name, the fourth is defense. 7 treasures glazed tile has a name, the fifth is attack. 7 treasures glazed tile has a name, the sixth is attribute. Ning Fengzhai activated his martial soul avatar immediately. His own spirit power consumption was reduced by 50%, and his first 6 amplification skills were boosted by 50%. Among them, the 120% power amplification, 120% spirit power amplification, and 120% defense amplification were all cast upon Gu Rong. In addition, the 120% agility amplification, 120% attack amplification, and 120% attribute amplification were all cast upon Chen Xin. Ning Fengzhai's voice revealed incomparable determination. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, kill him. We must kill him today. He possesses the talent of twin spirits, and his second martial soul has only had 3 spirit rings added to it. This is our best chance to kill him. Once he adds the remaining 6 spirit rings, even if they are all 10,000-year spirit ring, he will be beyond our ability to deal with. If he adds even a few more 100,000-year spirit ring, our 7-treasure glazed tile school will be completely finished. Clang, clang. Under Ning Fengzhai's full amplification, a clanging sword intent erupted from Chen Xin, and the sharp, tangible sword Kai shredded the white clouds in the sky into pieces. Chen Xin's expression was somewhat dazed. Ever since his sword heart had become tarnished, he had never felt his 7-kill sword so restless. Relying on Ning Fengzhai's amplification, he regained a fraction of his former feeling. Power surged endlessly from within his body, and Chen Xin decided to fight with everything he had. After firming his resolve, his aura surged even further. Good. For the sake of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, no matter what, I must leave this person behind today. In all my life, I have never witnessed a true 100,000-year spirit ring. To be able to see the power of a 100,000-year spirit ring with my own eyes is exactly what I have longed for. Sixth spirit ability. Myriad swords return to origin. Chen raised his hand and grabbed. Infinite white light surged from his dantian, rapidly converging in his palm. Soon, a 2-meter-large silver-white giant sword condensed. It was none other than his spirit, the 7-kill sword, known as having the #1 attack power on the continent. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The 9 spirit rings with the optimal configuration rose from beneath Chen Xin's feet, as the 6th spirit ring flashed. Chen Xin held the 7-kill sword high, and as his spirit power poured into it endlessly, a loud, clear sword hum instantly rang out from the 7-kill sword. Then, one after another, 7-kill swords condensed in the sky. These 7-kill swords possessed a transparent texture. They were all condensed from spirit power. Although the attack power of these spirit power-condensed 7-kill swords was only 70% of the original, the quantity of these 7-kill swords was simply outrageously high. Tens of thousands of 7-kill swords filled the entire sky, and the sharp sword intent they emitted was enough to make anyone feel a chill run through their entire body. Every time Lu Chen saw this ability, he couldn't help but feel amazed. The quality of the 7-kill sword spirit was among the best of the top-tier spirits. A casual 10,000-year spirit ring ability could actually create such a massive commotion. Yet, facing the threat of these tens of thousands of 7-kill swords, he seemed as if he had been frightened silly, making no response whatsoever. In reality, he had used the skill of the Void Mantis spirit bone. Etherealization. In the space around Lu Chen's body, ripples invisible to the naked eye undulated, as if opening the door to another dimension, taking Lu Chen's body away from the current world and into the void realm. The next instant, as Chen Xin swung his sword forward, the tens of thousands of 7-kill swords covered the sky, surging forward like a torrent, piercing toward Lu Chen's position. Swish, swish, swish. The 7-kill swords tore through the air, emitting sharp hissing sounds, and in the blink of an eye, they flew right in front of Lu Chen. Seeing that Lu Chen did not make any dodging movements, Chen Xin felt extremely puzzled. He knew the power of his myriad swords returned to origin very clearly. Even if Lu Chen possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring, he shouldn't be so lax. But soon, he discovered something was wrong. He saw the first 7-kill sword pass directly through Lu Chen's body, as if that body were merely a phantom, without substance. Subsequently, one after another, the 7-kill swords all passed through Lu Chen's body, yet they caused no harm to the opponent. Chen Xin was stunned. This myriad swords returned to origin, which had consumed 30% of his spirit power, had actually failed to produce any effect. How is this possible? Could Lan Chen have hidden long ago, and what is left here is merely an illusion? Chen Xin looked around vigilantly, attempting to find the location of Lu Chen's true body. Meanwhile, Gu Rong, who was guarding Ning Fengzhai, sensed a familiar power. He immediately reminded Chen Xin. Chen Xin, that is space power. Lan Chen used space power to evade the damage from your myriad swords returned to origin. At the same time, Lu Chen grinned. Letting the countless 7-kill swords pass through his body, he gripped the black iron sickle tightly and flew toward Chen Xin's position. Like teleportation, in just a few blinks of an eye, Lu Chen had already approached Chen Xin's position. After receiving Gu Rong's reminder, Chen Xin braced himself with full alertness. Facing the rushing Lu Chen, his 5th spirit ring lit up, and he swung the 7-kill sword in a horizontal slash. Majesty shaking all directions. In an instant, powerful sword Kai shot out from the 7-kill sword, sweeping forward in all directions, pointing directly at the incoming Lu Chen. However, just like before, the powerful sword Kai passed directly through Lu Chen's body, causing no harm to him. Facing such a bizarre scene, Chen Xin furrowed his brows tightly. The powerful sword Kai of His Majesty shaking all directions spirit ability inherently carried a knockback effect, yet now, it all passed through Lu Chen's body. This made Chen Xin certain that the Lu Chen before him was 100% an illusion. Therefore, in the next moment, when faced with Lu Chen swinging the black iron sickle toward his body, Chen Xin did not dodge. He merely instinctively placed the 7-kill sword in front of himself to block. Just as expected, the moment his 7-kill sword collided with the black scythe, his 7-kill sword felt no resistance at all and passed right through the black scythe. This caused Chen Xin to relax slightly. What he never expected was that the black scythe, which had been merely a phantom, suddenly turned from ethereal to physical the moment it struck his body. With a crack, Chen Xin's right arm, which was holding the 7-kill sword, was severed at the root by the black iron sickle. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Intense pain assaulted Chen Xin's brain, leaving him with an expression of disbelief while he let out a muffled groan, and his figure instantly retreated rapidly. Chen Xin retreated dozens of meters away. Using his remaining left hand, he covered the wound on his right arm and circulated his spirit power to seal the acupoints on his right arm, preventing the blood from gushing out like a fountain. After stopping the bleeding with his spirit power, Chen Xin looked at his severed arm, then at Lu Chen in front of him, having roughly guessed Lu Chen's ability. He spoke with a deathly pale face. What a bizarre space power. Whether it is physical or an illusion, it is almost entirely up to your whim. You can switch to physical when you want and switch to an illusion when you want. I did not see your spirit ring shine, so this must be your spirit bone ability. No wonder you dared to come to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to run wild after having only absorbed 3 spirit rings. You were certain that we would have no way to deal with you. Having severed one of Chen Xin's arms, Lu Chen, along with the surrounding space ripples, entered the void realm once again. He looked at Chen Xin with surprise, as expected of a veteran powerhouse of the continent. Just one round of exchanges, and you have already seen through the essence of my spirit ability. But so what? Can you break it? Chapter 146. Ning Fengzhai cut in half Uncle's sword, Chen Xin. Seeing that Chen Xin had had one of his arms severed by Lu Chen after just one exchange, both Ning Fengzhai and Gu Rong were shocked. That was Chen Xin, the strongest combat power of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. To have his arm cut off just like that was something they absolutely could not accept. Gu Rong's emotions were somewhat agitated. He wanted to step forward to help, but since he was carrying Ning Fengzhai, he dared not rush in recklessly. He looked at Chen Xin and shouted, "Chen Xin, you come protect Fengzhai, let me clash with Lan Chen. His space abilities are bizarre. Your straightforward killing methods have no effect on him at all. Perhaps I can find his weakness." Hearing this, Chen Xin immediately refused. "Gu Rong, you protect Fengzhai well. Lan Chen cut off one of my arms. If I were to retreat now, I fear that in the future, this sword Douluo, would become the joke Douluo. I will be extra vigilant from now on. Let me test the limits of Lan Chen's ability." The grudge of a severed arm also ignited Chen Xin's battle intent. He looked at Lu Chen with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, 3rd spirit ability, sword wings like flight. As Chen Xin's 3rd spirit ring shone with light, the 7-kill sword, held in Chen Xin's severed arm, trembled suddenly, broke free from his palm, and without anyone holding it, slashed towards Lu Chen's body. Swish. The cold gleam of the 7-kill sword effortlessly tore through the air, emitting a sound of breaking air, and passed straight through Lu Chen's body. It was as if the Lu Chen standing in the sky was merely a phantom image. The 7-kill sword struck his body, but there was no feeling of hitting a solid object at all. Chen Xin's expression sank. His remaining left hand formed a sword finger, and he pulled it back. He saw the 7-kill sword, which had passed through Lu Chen's body, change direction and stab at Lu Chen's back again. The result was the same as before. The 7-kill sword passed straight through his body. Chen Xin was very unwilling to give up. He did not believe that Lu Chen's ability truly had no limits and could avoid damage infinitely. Thus, under his control, the 7-kill sword erupted with countless sword kai. 4th spirit ability, overlapping sword shadows. Countless sword kai formed a sword kai vortex. tearing through the air and emitting waves of shrill whistling, enveloping Lu Chen within it. Even a titled Douluo of the same rank, if they fell into this sword Kai vortex, would certainly suffer heavy injuries. It would be absolutely impossible to escape without paying a certain price. But for Lu Chen, it had no effect whatsoever. In the next instant, Lu Chen took a step out and walked out of the coverage area of the sword Kai vortex, not even a corner of his clothing damaged. All of Chen Xin's attacks had turned out to be futile. Lu Chen's true body was hidden in the void space. What remained in this world was merely an image. How could it possibly be harmed by Chen Xin? Lu Chen chuckled and said, "If I didn't have sufficient certainty, how would I dare to attack the 7-treasure glazed tile school?" As his voice fell, Lu Chen raised the black iron sickle, his figure flashing out like a ghost, and he dashed towards Chen Xin's position. Seeing Lu Chen charging over, Chen Xin's heart instantly tightened. He had already suffered a great loss just moments ago, having had an arm cut off by Lu Chen. Whether Lu Chen's bizarre ability was an illusion or a solid entity was entirely up to his whim. Chen Xin dared not let Lu Chen get close again. His figure instantly exploded backward, his speed so fast that he left behind afterimages. His speed was not slow to begin with, and now he had Ning Fengzhai's 120% speed boost. Therefore, Chen Xin's movement speed was far greater than Lu Chen's. As long as Chen Xin was determined to run, Lu Chen simply could not catch up. Of course, for Lu Chen, it was not completely without a solution. Chen Xin has Ning Fengzhai's speed boost on him. To catch up to Chen Xin, unless I switch the black iron sickle spirit to the blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul and apply the blue-silver blessing to myself. It would be impossible to catch up to Chen Xin in speed, but it's not like I must kill Chen Xin first. In a team battle like this, one must definitely take out the opponent's support first. As long as Ning Fengzhai dies, without his support abilities, the strength of both Chen Xin and Gu Rong will be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Lu Chen continued to chase Chen Xin on the surface. In order to increase the distance from Lu Chen, Chen Xin ran 1,000 meters away in a short time. Watching Chen Xin running further and further away, Lu Chen suddenly changed direction and flashed towards the position of Ning Fengzhai and Gu Rong. Seeing this scene, Chen Xin's pupils constricted. He only had time to shout, "Gu Rong, be careful." Gu Rong was not skilled in speed. He was known for strength and defense. Moreover, among Ning Fengzhai's boosts to him, there was only strength, spirit power, and defense, no speed. Therefore, when Gu Rong saw Lu Chen rushing over, his first reaction was to meet him head-on. Second spirit ability, Bone Dragon Armor. Gu Rong's second spirit ring shone, and white bones grew out from his body one by one. These white bones seemed like living things, squirming to wrap around the surface of his body. This caused Gu Rong to be covered from head to toe by a layer of white bones. These white bones were closely arranged, like a set of extremely form-fitting white armor. Although it was only a century-level spirit ability, under Ning Fengzhai's boost, this century-level spirit ability was not inferior to a 10,000-year spirit ability. A titled Douluo of the same rank should not even think about easily breaking through Gu Rong's Bone Dragon armor. And Lu Chen's reaction to this was that his 100,000-year third spirit ring lit up, its scarlet, eerie light enough to make anyone's heart tighten. Third spirit ability, space-rending slash. Gu Rong's eyelids twitched wildly. Although he had great confidence in his defense, the terrifying power that a 100,000-year spirit ability possessed was something he could not imagine at all. Seventh spirit ring, Bone Dragon Avatar. Gu Rong dared not have any carelessness. The moment he saw that red spirit ring light up, he unleashed his martial soul avatar. Accompanied by the seventh spirit ring shining, an extremely surging black light erupted from Gu Rong's body. In that black light, Gu Rong's body expanded rapidly, skin, flesh, organs. These organs rapidly dissolved, leaving behind only a skeleton. In a few breaths, Gu Rong turned into a giant dragon skeleton 40 meters long, with 2 clusters of eerie, ghastly white flames lighting up in its empty eye sockets. This was Gu Rong's bone dragon avatar, roar. The giant dragon's skeleton let out a roar. It protected Ning Fengzhai tightly behind it, confident that with its own defense, it would not let Ning Fengzhai suffer any harm. Ning Fengzhai's expression was also very calm. Not a trace of panic could be seen. In his view, Gu Rong was the continent's #1 defense spirit master, and now with his full power boost, even a 100,000-year spirit ability could not break through Gu Rong's defense. Lu Chen gave a cold smile, his gaze looking at Ning Fengzhai as if looking at a dead man. He continuously poured the spirit power in his body into the black iron sickle, then swung the black iron sickle forward to slash out. In an instant, the black iron sickle slashed out a 7-meter-sized black light blade. The black light blade swept through the air, silent and soundless, without the slightest whistling or screeching that should have sounded from tearing the air. It flew in front of the giant dragon skeleton so silently, and then passed through the giant dragon skeleton's body. Gu Rong was now also full of question marks. He had already prepared himself, ready to meet that black light blade. As a result, when that black light blade touched his body, it actually passed straight through without causing him any damage. Could it be? This attack is an illusion. However, in the next instant, that black light blade, which had passed through the giant dragon skeleton, struck Ning Fengzhai's body, like cutting tofu, without any obstruction, and directly cut Ning Fengzhai in half at the waist. Ning Fengzhai's eyes were full of disbelief. He vomited blood from his mouth, looked down at his body, and saw his upper body and lower body separated into two by that black light blade. Terrifying saber, Kai was rampaging within his body, extinguishing all the vitality within him. Ning Fengzhai's vision went dark, and he thought with a heart full of unwillingness, why is it like this? I have not yet led the 7 treasure glazed tile school to become the continent's #1 sect. I have not yet watched Rongrong grow up. Am I going to die here? He finally raised his head, glanced in Lu Chen's direction, and then his vision went completely black, his consciousness scattered, and his life ended. Ning Fengzhai was cut in half at the waist by Lu Chen and died. This was Lu Chen's space-rending slash. Lu Chen wanted to attack Ning Fengzhai, so everything blocking in front of Ning Fengzhai could not stop this black light blade from another dimension. Gu Rong's defensive ability was indeed extremely astonishing. The power of the space-rending slash might not even be able to kill him. But what Lu Chen wanted to attack was Ning Fengzhai behind Gu Rong. So the black light blade passed through Gu Rong's body and attacked Ning Fengzhai directly. Chapter 147. Battle in the Void Realm. Ning Fengzhai was cut in half at the waist. His upper and lower body were separated, with viscera and blood continuously gushing out. Seeing this scene, Chen Xin and Gu Rong both felt their eyes split with rage. Their minds went blank, and they each let out a heart-wrenching roar. Fengzhai. Fengzhai. Gu Rong was near madness. The ghostly white flames in his eye sockets flickered, waxing and waning, showing how turbulent his inner heart was. Under his protection, Ning Fengzhai had actually been cut in half by Lu Chen, dying so miserably, which made him hate to the point of wanting to destroy the world. Chen Xin gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bone-deep regret. He should not have retreated. If he had fought to the death with Lu Chen, then Lu Chen would not have changed direction to attack Ning Fengzhai and Gu Rong. Perhaps Ning Fengzhai would not have died. But now, it was all too late. Ning Fengzhai had already been killed. The happiest person on the scene was none other than Lu Chen. He felt that he had finally vented his pent-up anger. Ever since he first met Ning Fengzhai, that guy had harbored ill intentions toward him. Just because his talent was outstanding, he wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Later, he indeed brought Chen Xin and Gu Rong to intercept and kill him north of Jialing Pass. Fortunately, at that time, he had already become a spirit saint, and with his full assistance, Dugu Bo defeated Chen Xin, forcing back Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Now that Ning Fengzhai was dead, Lu Chen felt physically and mentally refreshed. The heart-wrenching roars of Chen Xin and Gu Rong sounded incredibly pleasant to his ears. Ning Fengzhai's severed body fell from the back of the bone dragon. The bone dragon stretched out 2 claws, grabbing Ning Fengzhai's upper and lower body, attempting to piece them back together. However, a broken mirror cannot be mended. The severed body could not be healed again. Ning Fengzhai was thoroughly dead. This was an unchangeable fact. Ah! Gu Rong howled in extreme grief and lunged angrily toward Lu Chen. Dark energy shot straight into the sky. Even though it was broad daylight, the sky suddenly went dark. The white clouds in the sky, under the influence of the dark energy, turned into clusters of dark clouds. The dark clouds blocked the sky and sun, and even the radiance of the sun was obscured. A violent wind blew, and ripples of energy spread outward with Gu Rong as the center. The terrifying pressure released was like an ancient vicious beast breaking out of its seal. After Ning Fengzhai died, Gu Rong lost his amplification, and his strength indeed weakened, but because he was desperately pushing his spirit power, he erupted with a tragic aura no weaker than before. The bone dragon opened its large mouth and bit onto Lu Chen's body, but its fangs passed directly through Lu Chen's body without causing him any harm. He was completely unscathed. Gu Rong bit into nothing, but a glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. He then turned in another direction and looked at Lu Chen's position again. I understand now. You are not in the current world at all, so all our attacks in the current world cannot possibly harm you. Don't think that just because you are hiding in the void realm, I have no way to deal with you. Spatial abilities are not something only you possess. 8th spirit ability, Space Gate. Gu Rong cast his 8th spirit ability, Space Gate. He grabbed forward with both claws and the sky was torn open, creating a spatial rift. Inside the spatial rift was pitch-black nothingness. Gu Rong did not hesitate at all and dove headfirst into the spatial rift, arriving in that void realm. Here there was no up, down, left, or right. Everything around was pitch black. This was the opposite side of the world. Where there is light, there is shadow. Where there is the current world, there is the void realm. Upon entering this void realm, Gu Rong saw Lu Chen in front of him at a glance. He opened his large mouth and spirit power gathered rapidly. First spirit ability, Bone Dragon Thrust. In an instant, a dense multitude of bone spikes shot out from his throat. Gu Rong had even chased him into the void realm. Now Lu Chen could no longer ignore him. His eyes narrowed, and he sighed inwardly. Gu Rong is indeed a threat to me. Although Chen Xin's strength is still above Gu Rong's, Chen Xin cannot enter the void realm, so he can only be toyed with by me. But this Gu Rong has the ability to chase me into the void realm. He is the one who can truly pose a threat to me. His figure flashed, and he quickly left his original spot, dodging the many bone spikes shooting toward him. Seeing that his attack had been dodged by Lu Chen, Gu Rong was not disappointed at all. Instead, he gritted his teeth excitedly and said, "You dodged it. You actually dodged it. It seems this really is your true body. Your true body is hiding in the void realm. You killed Fengzhai. I want you to be buried with Fengzhai." 5th spirit ability, Bone Dragon Phantom. Extremely surging black light erupted from the bone dragon's body. Within that black light, the bone dragon split into 3. 2 phantom clones separated from his main body. Each phantom clone had 70% of the main body's strength, and it was 70% of the strength in the martial soul avatar state. The 3 bone dragons let out roars, surrounding Lu Chen from 3 directions, constantly compressing his activity space, leaving him no room to dodge or maneuver. Lu Chen watched his range of activity getting smaller and smaller under the siege of the 3 bone dragons, and he felt a bit troubled. Lu Chen and Gu Rong were both currently level 95 spirit power super Douluo. In terms of spirit power, the two were about the same. But there was a difference between the spirit rings attached to them. Lu Chen's second martial soul, the Black Iron Sickle, although it had higher-aged spirit rings attached, only had 3 spirit rings attached after all, and had not yet unlocked its exclusive martial soul avatar. Facing Gu Rong, who had activated his martial soul avatar state, Lu Chen felt somewhat restricted and found it difficult to form an overwhelming advantage. Tusk. Without the martial soul avatar, my Black Iron Sickle spirit cannot exert its maximum power. Relying on my body, which surpasses that of a 100,000-year spirit beast. Although I might not lose in a head-on battle, it's not as if I don't have a chance to use a trick. Who told you to have the dark attribute? I have a spirit ability that can suppress you to death. As his voice fell, Chen instantly switched spirits, changing the black iron sickle spirit to the blue-silver emperor martial soul. The black iron sickle in his hand, and the three black, and red spirit rings at his feet vanished into the air together. Appearing in their place was a blue-silver emperor covered in golden patterns, crystal clear throughout its entire body. At Chen's feet, 9 brand-new spirit rings rose up one by one. Purple, 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 black, 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 red, red, 3 purples, 4 blacks, and 2 reds, an extremely shocking spirit ring configuration. As Chen's mind moved, blue-silver vines shot out. Each blue-silver vine was as thick as an adult's thigh, resembling snakes and pythons, binding toward the 3 bone dragons. Seeing the spirit ring configuration at Chen's feet, Gu Rong couldn't help but be distracted. Before he could dodge in time, he was bound tightly by dozens of blue-silver vines. Just by relying on some grass vines you want to bind me. That is simply wishful thinking. Shatter for me. The bone dragon began to struggle. The blue-silver vines bound to his body instantly tightened to the limit, emitting a creaking sound, already on the verge of breaking. Seeing this, Chen immediately cast a spirit ability. 4th spirit ability, blue-silver purification. In an instant, all the blue-silver vines bloomed with blue light, sacred, bright, and full of life force, as if they could purify all darkness, filth, and evil. This purification skill, which had no attack power, could deal 200% damage to a spirit master with a dark attribute like Gu Rong. The blue light, filled with a sacred and bright aura, merged into the bodies of the 3 bone dragons, which was no less than soaking the 3 bone dragons directly into magma. Ah! Gu Rong let out a wail. The blue light, as scorching as magma, swept through his limbs and bones, his internal organs, making him feel as if every cell in his body was almost roasted. His 2 phantom clones, which were originally condensed from dark spirit power, were directly purified into nothingness under the blue-silver purification. And in the current world, Chen Xin, who had witnessed all of this, naturally wanted to help. He controlled the 7-kill sword and stabbed it toward Chen. However, his 7-kill sword passed directly through Chen's body, causing him no harm. Chen Xin's chest heaved violently with anger. He looked at Gu Rong, who was wailing repeatedly as he was scorched by Chen's blue-silver purification, and cursed almost like a roar. Gu Rong, you damn pig, you tore open the space. You should have brought me in with you. Now you've charged in yourself and thrown away your life, and I can't even rescue you. Chapter 148. Gu Rong, die. Ah. Gu Rong was still howling in pain. Under the purification of the blue-silver purification, every inch of his flesh and every organ felt as if they were being scorched by magma. This rendered Gu Rong agonizingly painful, unable to muster any strength throughout his body, and he could not even break free from the blue-silver vines binding him. Gu Rong had truly trapped himself this time. By rushing into this void realm, he was suppressed by Chen's blue-silver purification, leaving him without any power to resist. The crucial point was that he could not even run away now. Chen Xin, in the real world, was pacing back and forth in a panic, unable to think of any way to save Gu Rong. He controlled the 7-kill sword, stabbing through Chen's body again and again, but since he could not tear through space, he could not injure Chen, who was hiding in the void realm. Watching Gu Rong wail incessantly, Chen Xin's face was filled with anxiety as he shouted, "Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio." Gu Rong, stop fucking playing dead. Hurry up and use the 8th spirit ability. Space gate again. Tear open a spatial rift and let me in to help you. Hearing Chen Xin's call, Gu Rong gritted his teeth and endured the agonizing pain of his internal organs being scorched. He gathered a surge of spirit power, intending to cast the 8th spirit ability. Space gate once more. 8th spirit ability. Space gate. However, Lu Chen would not let such a good opportunity to eliminate Gu Rong slip by. He would not let Chen Xin come in and cause trouble. He cast a glance at Chen Xin in the real world, offered a cold smile, and said, "You want to come in and save Gu Rong? Keep dreaming." Dark Gold Terraclaw Spirit Ability Mode. Lu Chen raised his right hand, and a layer of white bone armor rapidly emerged from beneath his skin. His 5 fingernails flicked, ejecting 5 dark golden blades over a foot long, resembling short swords or daggers, flashing with a chilling, ominous light. He poured his spirit power continuously into the dark gold Terraclaw, causing his entire right hand to bloom with a dark golden luster. The dark gold Terraclaw had 2 modes. The first was the body mode. In body mode, the spirit bone covered the hand to perform physical attacks. The second was the spirit ability mode. In spirit ability mode, it performed energy attacks by infusing a large amount of spirit power. Just like now, Lu Chen swung the dark gold Terraclaw, instantly launching a massive claw imprint. The imprint was dark gold in color, exuding an extreme sharpness capable of tearing through everything. It was as fast as lightning, striking Gu Rong in an instant. Accompanied by a loud boom, the body of the skeletal dragon exploded, and Gu Rong was knocked out of his martial soul avatar state. The 8th spirit ability that had not yet been successfully cast could no longer be executed. Lu Chen's dark gold Terraclaw came from a 60,000-year-old dark gold Terraclaw bear. As an external spirit bone, the dark gold Terraclaw possessed growth attributes. As Lu Chen absorbed the dark demonic evil god tiger spirit ring and the void mantis spirit ring, the dark gold Terraclaw had also achieved great growth under the tempering of energy. Although it had not yet grown into a 100,000-year spirit bone, it had at least grown to a 90,000-year spirit bone. A 90,000-year external spirit bone, under the infusion of Lu Chen's level 95 spirit power, erupted with terrifying power that even a titled Douluo could not withstand. Knocking Gu Rong out of his martial soul avatar state with one blow was undoubtedly to be expected. Knocked out of his martial soul avatar state, Gu Rong's face turned deathly pale, and he coughed violently as if he were trying to cough out his internal organs. Gu Rong looked at Lu Chen with venomous eyes. Cough, cough. The reason I lost to you today is entirely due to attribute suppression. Your true strength is not necessarily stronger than mine. Lu Chen waved his hand, and dozens or even hundreds of blue-silver vines surged out from all directions, binding themselves toward Gu Rong. Gu Rong wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. In an instant, he was bound into the shape of a zongzi by the blue-silver vines. Lu Chen looked down at Gu Rong from above, a hint of gratification in his eyes, and sneered. Gu Rong, no matter how much you quibble, you cannot change the fact that today you will die at my hands. How the tables have turned. Do you remember when we first met? That was back at the Dugu residence in Heaven Du City. Back then, you were so unruly and arrogant, high and mighty, scolding me as you pleased. Your contemptuous attitude is something I still find unforgettable. Later, north of Jiling Pass, Ning Fengjai brought you and Chen Xin specifically to intercept and kill me. Did you ever think you would see this day? Ning Fengjai is already dead, and you are about to die soon too. As for Chen Xin, I won't let him off either. The 3 of you who intercepted and killed me back then, I will definitely make sure you all leave this world together. As his voice fell, Lu Chen took a step forward and flashed rapidly ahead. His speed was immense. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Gu Rong, his right hand reaching out, the dark gold Terraclaw flashing with a chilling light. Snap. The incomparably sharp dark gold Terraclaw tore through the flesh on Gu Rong's chest and snapped the ribs protecting his heart, clutching that warm, thumping heart in his hand. Gu Rong's body shuddered. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but his throat was blocked by blood, and in the end, he could not utter a single word. However, his eyes were full of venom. What he wanted to say last likely would not have been anything pleasant. Lu Chen's mouth curled upward, revealing the joy of imminent revenge, and then he squeezed his hand, completely crushing Gu Rong's beating heart. Splat. Gu Rong's heart shattered completely. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. The tenacious vitality of a titled Douluo prevented him from dying immediately, but the pain radiating from his chest kept telling him that his life was slipping away. Gu Rong stared fixedly at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with unwillingness, anger, hatred, and venom. Until finally they slowly lost their luster. Gu Rong was completely dead. Although Gu Rong was dead, his eyes remained open. Perhaps because he died with such unwillingness, he could not close his eyes even in death. Lu Chen withdrew his palm, and droplets of bright red blood dripped from his dark gold terror claw. He turned his head, looked at Chen Xin in the real world, and said a single sentence. "Now only you are left." Chen Xin's face was full of pain as he closed his eyes in despair. Just today, Ning Fengzhai had died before his eyes, and Gu Rong had also died before his eyes. Although he was not the one who caused their deaths, watching Ning Fengzhai and Gu Rong die right in front of him filled him with overwhelming despair and pain. Chen Xin's expression already contained a will to die. His only remaining left hand clenched into a fist, his 5 fingernails piercing into his flesh, and bright red blood flowed from his palm, but he was completely oblivious to it. What he wanted most now was to kill Lu Chen. But this possibility was not high. If he had to settle for second best, he wanted to perish together with Lu Chen. This was also not very likely to be achieved. Perhaps the most likely outcome was to die at Lu Chen's hands. Chen Xin looked at Lu Chen with indifferent eyes. "Fengzhai is dead and Gu Rong has been killed. Come, let us fight to the death. Today, here, only one of us can leave." Chapter 149. Chen Xin falls 7 treasure-glazed tile school high in the sky. Chen Xin's expression was sorrowful as past events flashed through his mind one by one: the carefree conversations with Ning Fengzhai, the laughter and scolding with Gu Rong. Following the deaths of Ning Fengzhai and Gu Rong in battle, these had become Chen Xin's most precious memories. He raised his left hand, and the 7-kill sword in the distance seemed to receive a summons. It traced a white arc through the sky, flew back to Chen Xin's side, and he grabbed it firmly in his hand. Gripping the 7-kill sword, the aura erupting from Chen Xin's body grew increasingly intense. His sword intent rang out, and his sword kai was frigid and sharp, as if it wanted to pierce a hole through the sky. He murmured softly, "Ning Fengzhai, Gu Rong, if you haven't gone too far, please bless me with your spirits in heaven. I will definitely avenge you. Even if the price is my life, I will not hesitate. Kill." As Chen Xin finished speaking, he let out a roar. The killing intent and sword kai all over his body climbed to their peak, and the spirit power inside his body surged wildly, like a rolling torrent. With a heart set on death, Chen Xin completely broke the shackles of the past. If he did not die after this battle, he might have been able to break his limit, advancing from rank 96 spirit power to rank 97 spirit power. In the next instant, Chen Xin's figure flashed out, streaking across the sky like a flying rainbow, brilliant and shocking. Watching Lu Chen grow larger in his field of vision, Chen Xin's expression was cold. He swung his sword with his left hand to strike, but without a doubt, it missed, and both he and the sword passed straight through Lu Chen's body. This feeling of striking a phantom with a sword, unable to exert one's strength, was undoubtedly the cruelest torture for Chen Xin, who wanted to kill Lu Chen. He turned around and looked at Lu Chen, who had also turned around. Lu Chen's expression remained calm, as if he were mocking his helplessness. Chen Xin gritted his teeth and continued to swing his sword, launching a storm-like offensive against Lu Chen, but every sword strike passed through Lu Chen's body, causing no effective damage. Chen Xin's emotions grew increasingly agitated, but he forced himself to calm down. While swinging his sword, he used words to provoke Lu Chen. "It is a pity, a tragedy, a lamentable thing. A possessor of twin spirits, facing a disabled old man like me who has lost an arm, only dares to hide in the void realm. Do you not feel ashamed? If you have the guts, come out of the void realm and let us have a fair fight." Lu Chen was no greenhorn. He naturally knew this was Chen Xin's provocation, but he no longer cared whether he fell for it or not. Even if he stood still and let Chen Xin slash at him, Chen Xin might not be able to kill him. This was the absolute confidence brought to Lu Chen by the extreme life attributes of his divine rank blue-silver emperor martial soul. Chen chuckled and said, "Then as you wish." Chen Xin, known as having the #1 attack power on the continent, let me see exactly how strong your attack power is. As soon as these words were spoken, ripples of space undulated around Chen's body. As the spatial ripples spread, his body stepped out of the void space. Facing the sword strike, Chen Xin swung over. Chen raised his right hand with lightning speed and blocked the sword with his dark gold terraclaw. Clang! A crisp sound rang out in midair. The 7-kill sword was indeed sharp and difficult to block, but upon encountering the dark gold terraclaw, it could at most leave a white mark on it. Although he didn't injure Chen, an expression of immense joy appeared on Chen Xin's face. He had hit. This time, Chen was not an illusion. Chen had really walked out of the void realm. Chen Xin was incredibly excited, even laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha, good, good. Since you want to experience my #1 attack power on the continent, then I certainly cannot disappoint you." As his voice fell, Chen Xin instantly retreated 100 meters. He threw the 7-kill sword in his hand, and his 7th spirit ring and 9th spirit ring shone simultaneously. 7-kill domain, 7th spirit ability, 7-kill true body, 9th spirit ability, God and Demon 2 slashes. Black and white light erupted from Chen Xin's body. Black sword Kai and white killing intent poured into the 7-kill sword, causing it to tremble slightly, raising its attack power to the extreme. With the activation of the 7-kill true body, the 7-kill sword suddenly expanded, rapidly enlarging proportionally, stretching across the entire sky and transforming into a giant sword 40 meters in size. When the effect of God and Demon 2 slashes activated, the 7-kill sword, which had already turned into a 40-meter giant sword, let out a resounding sword cry. Countless sword Kai erupted, and within just a few breaths, a giant sword phantom of 100 meters in size condensed. This 100-meter giant sword phantom almost exhausted all of the spirit power of Chen Xin, a rank 96 titled Douluo. It was his strongest strike. As long as it hit an enemy head-on, it was enough to kill any titled Douluo of the same rank. Chen Xin's face was deathly pale. With very little spirit power left in his body, he could no longer seal the acupoints of his right arm, and blood began to seep out from the spot where his right arm had been severed once more. But Chen Xin could no longer care about such things. He only wanted to avenge Ning Fengzhai and Gurong. Chen Xin brought his left-hand fingers together into a sword gesture, pointing at Chen's position, and said, "Go." In an instant, that 100-meter giant sword phantom descended toward Chen's position, stirring up ripples of air currents that spread outwards. The extremely sharp and frigid sword Kai, though it hadn't yet landed on Chen, already made his whole body feel cold. Chen looked up at the descending giant sword. Since he had already walked out of the void space, there was no need for him to go back. 8th Spirit Ability, Substitute Blue-Silver Emperor. As the 8th spirit ring lit up, his blue-silver emperor martial soul bloomed with light, quickly differentiating a palm-sized miniature blue-silver emperor. Chen extended his palm, grabbed the miniature blue-silver emperor, connected his Kai to it, and then looked at Chen Xin with a playful gaze. His life-saving methods were far more than just the ability to turn intangible. To want to kill Chen under his arsenal of life-saving methods, unless a divinity from the god realm personally intervened. Otherwise, on the Douluo Continent, no one could kill Chen. Chen wanted to make Chen Xin despair. He wanted to let Chen Xin see with his own eyes that the strongest attack he launched couldn't even hurt him in the slightest. A moment later, the 100-meter giant sword descended from the sky with the power to tear everything apart, landing on Chen's body and slamming him down toward the ground. Chen only lasted for 10 breaths of time before the sharp sword Kai of the giant sword finally tore his body apart, nearly cutting him in half at the waist. Even Chen's body, which surpassed that of a 100,000-year spirit beast, could not withstand this terrifying sword strike from Chen Xin. As the titled Douluo with the #1 attack power on the continent, Chen Xin was indeed terrifyingly strong. Seeing Lu Chen successfully killed by him, Chen Xin wept, his old tears streaming down. The faces of Ning Fengzhai and Gu Rong flashed through his mind continuously. He shouted excitedly, "Ning Fengzhai, Gu Rong, do you see? I have finally avenged you." However, at this moment, Lu Chen's faint voice came over. "Chen Xin, you seem to be happy too soon." Just at the spot where Lu Chen had originally stood, the space suddenly twisted, making one's vision blurry. As the twisted space returned to normal, Lu Chen was standing there, completely unharmed, in his hand. A torn and tattered substitute blue-silver emperor drifted toward the ground with the wind. Chen Xin watched with wide eyes, his eyes full of disbelief. His strongest strike, which had exhausted his spirit power, had only managed to tear Lu Chen's body apart, yet he had instantly returned to his original state. Chen Xin's mentality shattered, his expression dazed. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You didn't hide in the void realm again. I saw your body shatter with my own eyes. How could you possibly still be alive?" Lu Chen did not explain to Chen Xin. As expected of the sword Douluo, with the #1 attack power on the continent. If one were to take this sword strike head-on, even a 100,000-year spirit beast would likely not be able to withstand the power of this sword. "That was your turn. Now it is my turn." Dark Gold Terraclaw Spirit Ability Mode. Lu Chen extended the Dark Gold Terraclaw, and his spirit power poured into it continuously, causing the Dark Gold Terraclaw to bloom with a dark gold luster. When the power had accumulated to its peak, Lu Chen swung the Dark Gold Terraclaw, immediately striking out a dark gold claw mark, blasting it toward Chen Xin. Chen Xin's spirit power was exhausted. He had no extra strength left to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as that dark gold claw mark, carrying the terrifying power to tear everything apart, slammed into his body. Chen Xin's body was torn apart. Intense pain came from all over his body like waves, impacting his brain wave after wave. Feeling the passing of life within his body, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Ning Fengzhai, Gu Rong, although I couldn't avenge you, I have come to keep you company." As his voice fell, Chen Xin's vision went black and his life ended there. Chapter 150. Dissolving the 7 treasure glazed tile school with Ning Fengzhai, Gu Rong, and Chen Xin having fallen in battle one after another. The many disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school all fell into silence. The entire sect was deathly quiet, as if it were a ghost realm. From top to bottom, the 7 treasure glazed tile school now had only one thought. The sky had collapsed. Their sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, along with the 2 guardian titled Douluo, had all died at the hands of one person. Ning Fengzhai was cut in half, Gu Rong had his heart crushed, and Chen Xin was torn to pieces. The trio from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, who once shook the entire Douluo Continent, had all died miserable deaths. Finally, after someone let out a scream, the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school descended into chaos. There were disciples loyal to the 7 treasure glazed tile school who were still there, united against the enemy, boosting morale for their relatives and friends, determined to live and die with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. These were mainly core disciples and inner sect disciples. More nimble-minded disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school were already thinking of retreating, scrambling to pack their luggage and preparing to flee down the mountain at any moment. These were mainly outer sect disciples. They had joined the 7 treasure glazed tile school only because the salary provided by the 7 treasure glazed tile school was high enough, and joining the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the second largest sect on the continent, provided a solid backing. Now that Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong had all fallen, this backing was about to collapse, so why would they be willing to be buried along with the 7 treasure glazed tile school? With hearts divided, the 7 treasure glazed tile school was falling apart, and the sect was currently in total disarray. Up in the sky, Lu Chen breathed heavily, relying on his golden finger, which allowed him to absorb energy just by breathing, to quickly restore his consumed spirit power. Although he was a level 95 Super Douluo, the continuous use of spirit abilities like intangibility, space-rending slash, dark gold terraclaw, and substitute blue-silver emperor had left his spirit power reserves nearly empty. Fortunately, his golden finger allowed him to absorb energy through breathing, making his recovery ability terrifyingly fast. After breathing for a while, the spirit power in Lu Chen's body recovered to 60%, which greatly ensured his combat effectiveness. He then collected the bodies of Ning Fengzhai, Gu Rong, and Chen Xin, stuffing them into his storage soul guidance device. The identities of these three were extraordinary. Ning Fengzhai was the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Gu Rong and Chen Xin were both guardian titled Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Not to mention the storage soul guidance devices on their bodies and how many good things were hidden inside. Given their status, they certainly each had more than one spirit bone on them. Lu Chen didn't have time right now, but once he had a moment, he planned to search Ning Fengzhai, Gu Rong, and Chen Xin thoroughly and dig out all the spirit bones from the three of them. Any single spirit bone was a priceless treasure. Even if Lu Chen couldn't use them, he could give them to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Dugu Bo, and Dugu Yan to use. After putting away the 3 bodies, Lu Chen looked down at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and thought to himself, "Back then, Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong tried to ambush me. It is only right and proper that I came to seek revenge on the 3 of them. Now that the 3 of them have died by my hand, given their status, I can be considered to have forged a deadly feud with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. To say I should wipe out the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would inevitably implicate the innocent. That doesn't seem to be my style, and I am not such a cruel and heartless person." Lu Chen frowned slightly, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. "I cannot crudely cut everything with one stroke and kill everyone, but I also cannot let the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School continue to exist. This sect must disappear from the Douluo Continent. If I dissolve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, this vast sect grounds, as well as the treasures accumulated by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School over countless years, certainly cannot benefit others. They will serve perfectly as compensation for Ning Fengzhai trying to ambush me. Previously, according to my plan, I wanted to send Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to the Heavendu Imperial Academy so they would have a place to stay and could cultivate in peace. Since the Heavendu Imperial Academy is unwilling to take us in, I see this 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Mountain Gate as a pretty good place to stay. With my current strength, it is enough to establish a sect. As for reputation, once the news of me killing Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong spreads across the continent, my reputation will soar. In the future, anyone who wants to cause me trouble must weigh the consequences first. Even with Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong joining forces, they were no match for me. I'd like to see which ignorant fool dares to say I am a beast-to-human transformation. This rumor should finally be put to rest. Let's do it this way. I will establish my own sect within the mountain gates of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and in the future, I can bring my parents and grandpa Old Jack to live in my sect." After making his decision, Lu Chen descended toward the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School below. With his voice bolstered by spirit power, it resounded throughout the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "All disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, listen up. Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong tried to ambush me in the past. I killed them for revenge, which has nothing to do with the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, so I do not wish to implicate the innocent. From this day forth, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is hereby dissolved. The original disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must leave the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and in the future, you must no longer refer to yourselves as disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School on the Douluo Continent. You are limited to 1 day to leave the grounds of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. From now on, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Mountain Gate is my territory. My title is..." Lu Chen said this, suddenly realizing that after breaking through to become a titled Douluo, he hadn't thought of a formal title for himself yet. Generally, a titled Douluo's title is related to their own spirit. Chen had two spirits, the blue-silver emperor and the black-iron sickle. Blue-silver Douluo, black-iron Douluo, blue-iron Douluo, silver-black Douluo. They didn't seem to sound that good. Chen thought that since he had come to the Douluo Continent, he would definitely become a god in the future, and divinities possessed eternal life. In that case, he might as well call his title Changsheng. Thinking of this, Chen continued to speak. My title is Changsheng. From now on, this is the territory of my longevity sect. Every blade of grass and tree in this mountain gate is the wealth of my longevity sect. You are not permitted to take even a single brick or tile with you. You may leave now. For those who do not leave this mountain gate within the time limit, I give you two choices. First, be incorporated as disciples of our longevity sect. Second, be buried with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. After Chen finished speaking, the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school erupted in an uproar. Chen was clearly trying to seize the nest. Chen had killed the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, killed the 2 guardian titled Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. And now, he wanted to seize the mountain gate and wealth of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, completely cutting off the legacy of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Many high-level elders, mid-level hall masters, and deacons of the 7 treasure glazed tile school were all filled with righteous indignation. The interests of these people were highly tied to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Without the 7 treasure glazed tile school, they would completely lose their wealth and status. Therefore, their reaction was also the most intense. Thank you for all the likes, comments, and shares. Keep sharing your thoughts in the comments. We're already halfway to 1,000 subscribers. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and enjoying these novel audiobooks.